Good morning, Speaker. So I'm on the line.
Thank you very much. I heard Honorable Otto So on the line. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. We're having a slow connection here, so. But again, good morning, everyone. Today is we're having a Naa'bik'iyati committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and get started. It's a work session, and it's a couple of work sessions we had for the last couple of months regarding a couple of the ARPA, which was the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. How these funds are going to come down to the Navajo Nation. So in that, I know that there's a work session that we really were wanting to talk about are some of these avenues and the presenters that wanted to come forth and present before the Naa'bik'iyati committee. So today we'll continue that dialogue and push forward on that. If there's nothing further, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. The time now is 10:09 a.m. We are here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Wednesday, June 9th, 2021. There's a work session agenda here that was been posted 24 hours in advance. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then I'll go on down to continue on our agenda.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Doug Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Present.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 4 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota, for roll call this morning. Again, good morning to everyone listening in. Thank you very much for being a part of the discussion. I know we're going to have a good discussion today. In regards to the ongoing with the agenda process here, let's go ahead and continue on down to our invocation. We do have Honorable Freeland, who did an invocation there at the Permanent Trust Fund Income Task Force Committee this morning. So thank you, Honorable Freeland, for blessing the day for us. And we'll go ahead and accept that as a prayer. And thank you for looking out for the nation. So we appreciate that, Honorable Freeland. Now, let's go ahead and continue moving on down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, colleagues, are there any recognitions? If there's none, let's go ahead and continue on down onto the work session topics. Colleagues, if you remember, again, this is just an items that we want everyone to present the best possible, getting the best possible information from these entities who are looking forward to put a presentation forward, so that you're getting that information directly from them and no one else, and you're hearing it directly from them on some action plans that they're looking at and helping assist and looking in regards to maybe getting some additional capital from the America Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And there are some additional requirements, but we just wanted to make sure that we're listening to every portion sector of the nation that has an opportunity to benefit from some of these funds that are coming down from the federal government. So again, thank you very much for being with us today. Today, we're going to be talking with, actually hearing the presentation from Dene College, Navajo Technical University, Navajo Hopi Families COVID-19 Relief Fund, and then also Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation. And then after that, we'll go ahead and after each one of the presentations, I'll turn to the floor. Colleagues, if there's any comments or questions at that time, and if there is or isn't. Colleagues, there has been a recommendation request from Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation to go first today. And I did state that that was okay due to the fact that they were supposed to present back in early May, but weren't unavailable, and we wanted to make sure that they were back on and could present before us. So we're going to go ahead and start off with the Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation and then go on from there. So without further ado, colleagues, if there's any comments or questions, we'll go ahead and move forward in that. But if there's none, we'll go ahead and start off. I'll turn over the floor to Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation. There was presentations that were sent out there right at 10 a.m. this morning. Mr. Rico, what presentations were actually part of that?
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Those presentations are Dene College, Navajo Technical University, and I'm working on sending out the Navajo Hopi Families COVID-19 Relief Funds presentation. Also, the Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation presentation was sent out before, but I'm going to resend it again.
Okay, great.
Speaker, good morning. Delegate Freeland's on for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Thank you again, Honorable Freeland, for the prayer this morning.
Thank you as well. My honor, Speaker. Colleagues of Finnegan.
All right. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and go on down then to Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation again. It seems like we're going to go ahead and send out Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation's presentation right now. Will probably be coming from Mr. Rico. So without further ado, NDC, floor is yours at this time.
Good morning, Speaker. Yate Bennett. This is Robert Joe with Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation. We have a few board members on the call with us, along with some business associates and partners. We are presenting 5 different opportunities, all related to healthcare, and I'm going to go over the overview of these, and then we'll go into detail on each one. The first one is a medical assisted treatment clinics. And there is a opioid pandemic out there as well. There are a number of things that we can do to treat this for our Navajo people. And just to start this, the total investment to do something like this is $16.5 million. That's assuming we own the operation, all of it, 100%. We contract an operator to operate it and train, develop, and teach our people to do the work. For one clinic, it's 64 full-time employees. The revenue for one clinic is up to $44 million annually. If there's multiple clinics, you just double those numbers. The second one would be air medical transport service, air services. If we were to have a partner, the investment cost for our portion would be $8 million. And the total full-time employees, today there's about 5 companies that do provide this service. The market out there is right at 160 million annually. on air medical transport services for 11 hospitals across the Navajo Nation. We've actually met with every CEO for all the hospitals across Navajo to get some of these numbers. And there's, for what we're looking at to start up, about 70 to 100 full-time jobs, 8 million investment, 24 million on the low side, up to 100 million revenue annually. So that's another opportunity we're going to go discuss. The third one is an air purification manufacturing facility, including distribution and sales. We are working with a company that owns the patent, that owns the license, they own the technology. They're in 40 different countries. They would like to partner with someone in Indian country, or work with somebody in Indian country. And the initial investment to do this would be 12 million, and that's leasing a facility, not building a facility. And I believe there's already a facility in Sanders that's vacant. We would need 100,000 square feet. I think the one in Sanders is only 30,000 square feet, but it's a start. It'd be 120 employees full-time. These are good paying living wages. The revenue potential for this on the low end is 225 million annually, up to 525 million on the high end. The company already has orders. The company that we're working with, just through the end of May, they already had over $1 billion in sales. The fourth opportunity is medical lab testing. Something that we didn't know was that every hospital, they ship out all their testing, a lot of it. And a lot of it, especially in Albuquerque, they ship them out to the East Coast and Florida and other parts of the country. And we're working with a company out of Florida, testing labs. They gave us a tour, showed us how to do the business, what it takes, what kind of people we would need. And the initial investment for doing something like this to cater to our Navajo 11 hospitals, plus the regional hospitals in Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Phoenix, Salt Lake. The initial investment would be just for Navajo, approximately 5 million. 40 to 70 full-time jobs, revenue of 24.4 million annually. The fifth one we could do is the N95 and 3-ply mask manufacturing. And that initial investment is 2.4 million, 75 full-time jobs, revenue of 8.9 million. So collectively, when we look at these 5 opportunities, all directed towards healthcare and the needs of our people, 43.9 million initial investment, anywhere from 369 to 429 full-time jobs, gross revenues of 326 to 746 million a year annually. And the way Naa'bik'iyati is set up per the charter, any of these revenues that we generate, the net portion, 20% of that is supposed to go back to Navajo Nation general funds. And for the first 5 years, after the 5 years, it goes to 30%, and 10 years and above, it goes to 40%. 40% of these net revenues proceeds would go back to the Navajo Nation. And that's how we're structured and set up. And I believe these are legitimate opportunities to help our people, help our community, create jobs. And some of these opportunities, we're not reinventing anything. It's already there. And just changing the business model, the business approach to how they're structured today and who's operating it. And it's just exercising our self-determination in most cases, and recapturing what's already there that are being performed and executed by non-natives, and just redirecting it. If we look at the air medical transport services, that's a significant portion of those employees are non-natives, and they're all operating on Navajo. So For the first one, we have Bart Garber. He's on the call with us. I'm going to have him go through the one-page white sheet summary and then go over the deck of slides that he has with him. Bart is one of our board members. He's an attorney, and he's run companies in Alaska. He's an Alaska native, a graduate of Georgetown University Law School. Bart?
Thank you, Robert. And honorable delegates, Yate. I'm actually sitting in Tyonek, Alaska right now, where I come from. We call ourselves Tabona. And when I was last down there, Manley told me that you have a clan that's called Tabona, which is next to water people. And that's what we are. We're the principal Athabascan group that's on the Cook Inlet. And although I've been a lawyer for 30 years and a businessman with an MBA for 20 years, I've been a fisherman most of my 66 years. And I've got 5 king salmon in a smokehouse and 1 50-pounder downstairs ready to cut up once I'm finished with this meeting. As Robert said, I've been a lawyer and professor and businessman. I was a professor at University of Alaska Fairbanks, head of Native Studies, and a NARF attorney for 4 years, involved in sovereignty and subsistence litigation. But most importantly, the last 20 plus years, I've been running Alaska Native businesses and tribes and healthcare organizations. I was the executive director for a 300 employee, 50,000 square foot healthcare facility, much like many of your sub-regional 638 contractors now. For the last 10 years, I've run a consulting firm called New Traditions Alaska. And one of my clients is Indigenous PAC, PBC LLC. Indigenous PAC is a Indian-owned Oneida company out of Wisconsin. They've been around for 5 years. They have 24 employees, and their principal officers are all former high-level officials in large medical care services companies out of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Midwest, specializing in healthcare delivery, healthcare billing and finance, healthcare facility management, program management and building, Six Sigma, quality control and the like. And they've taken that experience and applied it to Indian country. I work on contract for them as a business planner with my experience in running tribal businesses across the country. I've helped them enter the market and execute their business plan and help with them with their processes internally. They have operations from New York to soon to be Florida, Minnesota, Washington, and have personnel in Arizona, Montana, and across the United States. So it's a widespread organization. The firm is a public benefit corporation organized out of Wisconsin, incorporated in Delaware. But the public benefit corporation has to, as part of its annual report on how it is providing beneficial services to local communities. So it's part of its mission is to do that. In a broader sense, the original owners and principal Oneida people, they had 3 of their own Oneida children, and they adopted 2 from one of the sisters, and had a real tough time finding medical services for them, being 50 or 60 miles away from the facility. So their broader vision is to create healthcare equity and access and quality to all of Indian country. They would like to see an integrated healthcare system among the IHS direct service hospitals, as well as IHS contractors, and increasing numbers of managed care organizations so that Native people can get services wherever they are. And if any of you have traveled, you know how difficult that is. And frankly, even on our own reservations and communities, sometimes it's hard to access. So they do have the broad range of things that they have done. Their first contacts were with Muckleshoot in the Tacoma area, Auburn. And they provided financial services that allowed them to collect 3 million in additional revenues that they weren't collecting initially. And ultimately, Indigenous PAC and their Section 17 business manager came up with the notion of privatizing an opioid treatment clinic. There were a couple of tribes in Washington that had been doing that on a tribal government basis with just tribal citizens, and then started accessing off-reservation treatment. And the business models indicated that that would be a fairly profitable business as well as beneficial to tribal members and people nearby. Because unfortunately, the opioid epidemic does not know geographic or governmental boundaries. It is everywhere. All you have to do is talk to somebody, and their cousin or their brother or somebody will have been impacted by opioid and highly addictive drugs. This also served a beneficial financial purpose of theirs. Muckleshoot, on an annual basis, they have casinos just like Navajo, and they've been spending $6 to $8 million a year, supplementing their base IHS budget to finance additional healthcare services. In the very first year of operation, Muckleshoot's opioid clinic generated nearly 30 million in gross revenue with a 50% margin. So basically, each clinic is roughly $8 to $10 million, depending on how fancy and how big you make it. So they were basically able to recover their full investment in the first year. Now they're spreading that recovery over a number of years. So in our documents, we show a return on investment in a 5-year period to be more reasonable and be able to allocate those revenues to their local beneficial purposes. Muckleshoot was the first one. Indigenous PAC also provides food security consulting and program and public health development for Chehalis. In Nisqually, they do financial items, as well as they're designing furniture and fixtures for a healthcare wellness center, as well as acquisition of art for that center, and the redesign and redesigning a culturally relevant treatment program, both for opioids as well as for correctional services themselves with the Nisqually jail. In another location, some of the specialists, young lady from Montana is a food security expert, and and Indigenous PAC help design for Port Gamble a food security program involving facilities as well as dietary plans and program designs. So Indigenous PAC does a lot of things. What we're looking to do and what their main task is in my area is medically assisted treatment clinics. And right now they have the one going in Auburn. We have some that are on contract and design for the Seneca in Buffalo and 2 satellites. And Nisqually and Olympia is looking to do one. We have also proposals in a number of other locations, but the principal one that we're focusing on right now is Navajo. Navajo has a very, very large reservation, so we're looking at a satellite system. However, our model depends upon on or near reservation clinics to be able to generate numbers and revenue right away. So the best location for that is Flagstaff. There's already a urban native clinic there, but there's only 2 MAC clinics that only provide about 8% of the needed services in that area. And you'll see from our detailed slide set what exact the shortfall is in demand there. It's the case everywhere in the country. Every jurisdiction, urban or rural, is short on services and clinics. The benefit that we have in Arizona, and at least for right now, about 5 to 8 other states, is that they have amended their Medicaid service plans to acknowledge tribal federally qualified health clinics, which provides superior billing. You're able to fully recover your IHS rates, which right now are over $500 per visit or per instance, and about half of that for non-natives. So tribal FQHC states, including Arizona, and Washington, Idaho, Wisconsin, and a few others that are being added, Montana, is a very good place for tribes to be able to provide medical services. In Washington State, Indigenous PAC was instrumental in actually having Washington amend their Medicaid plan to provide for tribal FQHC. And nationally, the Indian Office of Health and Human Services at CMS has promoted tribes to convince states to pass these tribal FQHC amendments. And we're going to be working on that for New Mexico and a number of other states that haven't done it yet, so that the tribes can provide a real high level of medical services. If you go to your medically assisted treatment clinic program proposal that you all asked for in order to be able to compare one of your proposals to another, we've got an outline of what we're suggesting in this MAT clinic proposal. What we call it is a hub and spoke. We'll have a primarily hub clinic in Flagstaff, and more than likely a hub clinic on reservation. At this point, we have talked quite some time ago in general terms with Winslow Healthcare 638 provider. It's a Title V. There's two others about being the primary hub on the reservation, and then design a system of spokes to go out to the other providers. It will require some baseline studies to figure out what exactly all of the various IHS as well as tribally contracted clinics are doing for addiction, and be able to determine what the real need is there. We've provided this type of service in most other parts of the country, and particularly in the Tacoma area. The new Medicaid regulations allow delivery of services by transportation, by vans. So we actually have dosing and delivery of medications by vans in the Tacoma area, and that's likely to be part of the solution on Navajo, as large as it is. It also will include telemedicine, which we have instituted in the Muckleshoot area. One of the things about Indigenous PAC is that it's got a whole mess of very, very talented contractors as well as employees. The contractors include some of the people who are the advisors to HMOs and MCOs nationwide. We also have hedge fund managers who are our controllers and financial officers. We have identified a pool of outside investors who are prepared. These are public interest investors who are prepared to loan millions of dollars at fairly non-risk terms to these locations in the event they do not have their own funds to invest to create these clinics. What we found out, however, is in the most recent rounds of recovery funds is that most tribes, once they figure out what the returns on investment are, they want to put their own money up instead of taking outside investors. But it is something that's available. Our internal people, as I mentioned to you, are high-level experts in medical finance and medical procedures and quality control, as well as operations. Two people at Muckleshoot. One has significant years of experience with inpatient treatment and behavioral health clinics. We have a whole staff of people who are Medicaid and Medicare and billing experts. So we're able to go into a tribe, really resuscitate their billing programs, have increased their recovery, and then have the groups likewise to help plan and integrate and execute healthcare programs and clinics such as our MAT. The investment required in this case, although the total number is 16.5 million, the actual hub clinic is probably more like 8 to 9 million. Their additional 50% or 8+ million is to expand to a hub on reservation and to create and plan and execute a spoke and transportation and telemedicine program on res. There is already telemedicine involved with IHS services, but these would be specific to opioid and addiction treatment, which typically requires a little bit higher level of security. The tribal jobs, we have a very detailed slide in the set that shows the increase in those jobs over time. The vast majority of them are entry-level healthcare jobs that can be trained on the job. from entry-level people to scheduling people and a lot of administrative spots. But there's a significant number of jobs that require certifications and degrees and experience, from counselors to doctors to opioid treatment specialists. We have some of the best in the Northwest that are on staff with us right now, including Dr. Jake Bergstrom, who'd been the executive director of the healthcare system at Muckleshoot for over 30 years, and one of two primary addiction medicine experts. The other one was his staff person, a guy named Mick, and he's also on contract with us. So we have a real corral of people that are available to help. So the jobs in this case, the vast majority can eventually be Navajo. After having spoke to Patricia Henderson and other people on our staff, there's a large number of, very talented people on the reservation, a large number generally. And I don't see that the employment structure in this thing is going to be anything different. Over time, this will be completely employing Navajo people from entry level to management positions. And those numbers initially on a small clinic like, or even the hub clinic, are 30 to 40, including support people, all the way up to drivers and security, to eventually 2 or 3 times that as the system expands. As I mentioned, the projected revenue is a conservative number. It takes about 18 months of licensing, building, renovating to actually get the first clinic going. In the first year of operations, we're projecting $2 million in profits. And this will expand out to $22 million in profits with a stream of cash flows that are much, much higher than that over time, with the number that Robert had mentioned, 44 million, as you grow the system out. This is a very profitable area when you're billing per encounter over $500 for tribal citizens and half of that for non-natives. There's significant cash flow. Muckleshoot only had on average 300 patients by the end of the first year on a weekly basis, and they were able to generate nearly 30 million in revenue on that with a 50% return. As I said, the projected ramp-up schedule is 12 to 18 months for the initial hub clinic, and longer than that for planning and getting cooperation and buy-in for a reservation-wide opioid and addictive medicine system and program to integrate with what is already there, or to bring in this system of opioid treatment as we're discussing. This is something that's needed there's statistics now in Alaska, in Washington, where opioid treatment and opioid addiction has increased by 30% through the COVID period. It's the perfect growing grounds for addiction. Being shut in, not communicating with anybody, people resort to their addictive habits, and that's been no different for opioids. Nationwide, that number is similar. I haven't got any specific numbers for Arizona or New Mexico, but it's undoubtedly in the same boat. Medically assisted treatment is the most successful tested method for treating opioid addiction. It's a little bit counterintuitive. I've run into situations in addiction conferences where you had some old school folks with alcohol who, the primary thesis there is just say no, don't find ways to avoid alcohol. Medically assisted treatment is different. Opioid addiction is different. It virtually alters your mind chemistry, your brain chemistry. And for at least 50 or more %, it's permanent. And the only way to be able to restructure and reorganize a person's life and get them living in a relatively normal way is to prescribe and dose alternative medicines to provide for that addiction. Some old school folks with alcohol treatment just can't understand how you would give a drug to cure a drug addiction, but that basically is the thesis. At the end of this presentation, There's 24 slides approximately for the core presentation. There's another 12 or so that look at and describes the science of medically assisted treatment. I'm not going to go through that, but it's available there for you so that you understand the science of what we're providing here. Before I get into the slides, I'll invite any questions at this time. Is everyone still there?
Yes.
Any questions at this time?
Well, the question back to Mr. Robert Joe, is this conclude your presentation?
The only thing that the slides really provide, other than what I've summarized right now, are pictures of the clinic. And if you have those presentations, slide 3 shows the entryway to the clinic. These are top-notch 4-star facilities. Because of the money that you can recover in these things, you can provide the highest level of service. Our clients and our patients have really appreciated this. There's also one other thing. In the last year, in the operation of the clinics themselves, we found a real demand for a place for addicts to go and to not congregate, but to be able to kind of recover, because a lot of them are homeless, or at least are very marginally homeless. These facilities, we're now expanding into what we call cafes, where we provide counseling services and support services, meals, phone charging, and other types of general medical services, and safe bathrooms and washing areas, because we found that our patients need this type of things. So we still have our core clinics that offer the hardcore services, but we're expanding 2 cafes in Seattle. We're putting the first one into Auburn right now, and we'll be designing these for our other locations so that they can get counseling in conjunction with support services in these cafes. I think those summary matters go through all the very detailed slides that I have in the presentation. So I'll leave it at this and just open it up for any questions. Robert, guess it's up to you now.
Speaker, the next opportunity we were going to share with you is the air services, air medical services. And we have a group that we've been working with, First Nations Air Services. They presently provide air services for the clinics on the Pine Ridge Reservation for the Oglala Sioux Nation. And the operator is Apollo MedFlight, and Greg Bigman is working with Apollo MedFlight. I'm going to have them go over the presentation on this. We've actually been working on this for 24 months, meeting with all the hospital CEOs, just to understand who's all in this market space, who are all the operators and providing the services and all that. So Greg, Wade, and Jonathan, can you guys introduce yourselves?
Yeah, Greg Bigman, and I'm from the Folded Arms clan, and also from my father's side is the Bitterwater clan. But I wanted to introduce 2 people that are very important for this project as well, which is Wade and Jonathan. So could you guys go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable delegates, and NDC board members. My name is Wade Black. I'm CEO of First Nation Services. I am from Flandreau, South Dakota, and a member of Flandreau Santee. I was on the business economic development board for my tribe back in the 90s for a period of 5 years, and was part of during a time when we built the first freestanding casino for the tribe, expanded operations, and added hotel and other services there during that period I was there. I would classify my time there as that was a great learning experience for me in working within the tribe and also dealing with tribal politics. I have been in the aviation business for over 35 years, owned and operated many different companies. One of my, I guess I would say my passionate part of the aviation world is the air medical transport field. I had the pleasure of working with some of the finest medical institutions around the world. And they're in next door to the Navajo Nation. I helped start and build the University of New Mexico lifeguard programs, Presbyterian Hospital program. I expanded my company into Texas, working with the children's hospitals, Cook Children's in Fort Worth, Dallas Children's, and Texas Children's in Houston. Also working with Vanderbilt Medical Center, developed their fixed wing program for them. University of Virginia Medical Center, University of North Carolina, and then going up and working with all of the Boston hospitals and developing their fixed wing programs, and then all of the hospitals up in the state of Maine. So all of that during that period is, I feel very proud to be a part of that, and it definitely helped prepare for the endeavor that we're proposing here. I guess about, as Robert had mentioned, we've been working on this project for a little bit over 2 years. We're excited to be able to present this to you. I guess during that 2-year period, we started the very first tribally owned program in Pine Ridge with Ogallala, and we call it the Ogallala Lakota Air Rescue Program, and I'm very proud to have gotten that going, and we've learned a lot about working and operating on the reservation, and we've been very fortunate to have had a tremendous amount of support by the entire council and the Ogallala people, and like what we wanted to build a program for them, and this is the people's program. We're also in discussions with the other Lakota tribes in the region.
Land, Water, and Natural Resources Committee, we talked about not being able to meet quorum since the formation of the committee.
I'm sorry.
People in attendance, so I'd like the caucus to.
But as I mentioned, we're also in discussions with the other Lakota area tribes, and we look forward to everyone hearing our presentation. I'm here with my colleague, Jonathan Collier, with Apollo MedFlight, who's Chief Strategy Officer, and I'll let him introduce himself to you.
Thank you, Wade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable delegates. I'm grateful to be here today and to introduce myself. I'll be very brief because I know there is a lot of presentations, and I'd love to turn the time over to Greg to talk about this initiative. I am originally from Washington State, and I've had the honor to work with a number of nations, including the Apache Nation, the Lakota Nation, and specifically have lived in and worked with Pacific Islander nations in my career. And I'm honored and respect the Navajo Nation and grateful for this opportunity to work on this initiative. I work with Apollo MedFlight. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer. We provide air medical services across the United States in a number of locations, both with helicopters and with planes, and are proud of our efforts to implement highest quality and safe operations. And as we look at this initiative, we intend to build a program that focuses on those things: quality patient care and safety. I just have a passion for building infrastructure and training personnel to serve the people in rural and underserved areas. So I believe that this initiative is key to continuing to help develop the Navajo Nation and to bring both resources and revenue to the people. Appreciate the opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions. Wade and Greg, I'll turn the time back to you.
Well, thank you, speakers and members of the council, and Wade and Jonathan for your introductions. This proposal here will engage in the $160 million market for the air medical transport services. And what's different about this proposal is turning the tide and making a focus on quality care with a patient focus. What this proposal is requesting is $8 million, for startup funds to help with many of the things I'll talk about more in detail, with everything from the airplanes to starting with rebuilding the airports for the master plan and making investments into our airport system. The percent margins for this investment is around 13%, which amounts to roughly around $3 million of in net revenue and around 23 million of gross revenue. So the opportunities up with this is very high. The projections are very conservative, and there's a lot of benefits across the board to Navajo, inclusive of everything that was discussed with Naa'bik'iyati being able to provide dividends for the nation, being able to return to principal, being able to have a majority stake, within this industry, being able to the company being able to pay gross taxes, direct relief support for transport. But most importantly, the other things that are important for our members of the tribe is providing jobs with very good, well-paying jobs, averaging around 70,000 annually. But most importantly is providing and improving our response and access to healthcare, and also supporting an investment into our airport system. Now, I've been doing some data analysis on why this makes sense. And let's all go to Hard Rock chapter here really quick, out in Honorable Yellowhair's area. And out in Hard Rock, they have a close clinic that is very close. The clinic there is a IHS facility. It's a Pinion Center. It's roughly about 20 miles away from the chapter. It takes about 40 minutes, probably some road and dirt road. But this is a facility that has limited hours, only open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, services most of the basic needs within the area and doesn't dive into anything complicated. The next facility that's fairly close is Hopi. I know sometimes tensions between tribes may make people feel adverse to using that facility, but that facility is roughly about 25 miles away. It takes about a 30-minute trip from the chapter house over to the facility. If individuals, our members, do not want to go there, there's 3 other facilities that are nearby, and they're roughly all about an hour away. The Chin Lee Clinic is, to the east. It's about 61 miles and takes about an hour and 20 minutes to get there. The Kayenta Clinic is about an hour and 30 minutes away, also nearly about the same distance, about 65 miles away, and that's off to the north. And to the west is the Tuba City Clinic, roughly about an hour away and about 55 miles. So when you kind of look at the issues that we have with transportation, one of the big things is access to healthcare and making sure that we can get where we need to, when we need to, for what we need to. Those 3 simple words are very important when we think about our ability to engage in this healthcare. And the fact that we're so far away makes it very hard for our members to have the healthcare that is needed for them. So let's say you have a heart attack and you need to be in the hospital in 20 minutes. Chances are most of the people on our nation are probably going to die from it because they're not going to get to the hospital in time. So having a responsive system that has been able to help our people is very critical. some rough numbers here. On average, it takes about on average, most of our residents are about 33 miles away from a comprehensive center. And so you think about the response time to a comprehensive center when somebody calls a clinic for a service, it's going to take a vehicle roughly around 30 minutes to get there and 30 minutes back. And this is assuming that with our rural addressing that they can find a place and they travel on a dirt road, going fairly fast as well. And there's a standard deviation here of roughly around 18 miles, plus or minus. So the trip can be longer, trip can be shorter. But that kind of gives you a reason for why we need to have a responsive system. And what this air medical service provides is being able to improve our access to healthcare, not only reducing our response time in there, but also reducing our access, increasing our access to ancillary facilities, off the nation as well, and being able to get there in a quickly responsive manner. So this proposal here is really important because it really helps improve our healthcare system. And IHS over the years have been making a huge investment to improve access to healthcare with a lot of the small facilities that are located throughout the nation. And that actually improved our access to healthcare. So in this investment proposal, the broad structure is that there'll be First Nations will be a 59% owner, and Naa'bik'iyati Air Service, Naa'bik'iyati Corporation will be a 51% owner. So the reason for this is because there's a lot of technical things that are involved, everything from operations from the helicopters to the certifications that are needed, the state and federal licenses, in addition to the medical licenses that are needed. So this relationship will help to onboard and be able to quickly integrate ourselves into the market with this joint cooperation and collaboration. The transport system here is Wade. He's the CEO for the First Nations, invest in First Nations, but he's part of the Black Family Investments and also the Apollo Med Flight, and he's a CEO for the First Nations Services. So the goal here is to make investments not only within the air services, but also make investments into the airport infrastructure and help improve the access to healthcare. There's also some ancillary opportunities here, and this is being able to help support our public safety, emergency management, and our air rescue services, to being able to support the government in those ways. The financial expectation added this proposal is a 13% margins, as I mentioned, and it's roughly around 3 million with I guess the 51% giving a free cash flow back to Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation of roughly around 1.5 million. This is a conservative estimate and assumes a kind of a slow start, taking about 6 months to develop, but this can also be increased. Just depending on how we want to start to navigate some of the complexities with this business. But there are some sites that were identified, and these are based off of the collaborations that have been made with some of the 638s and the estimations of the amount of services that they're providing. So the total investment to kick this proposal up is around 15 million. So what we have in this proposal here is an investment that will also provide a fixed dividend around 4%, and also providing some redemption and call options after a period of 10 years. So this allows for the preservation of principal for this investment. The 8 million will be used to help improve the infrastructure, the airport infrastructure, the equipment, working capital expenses, and help for a bridge loan to immediately order the aircraft and helicopters. The jobs that come out of this are very lucrative. Aircraft mechanic is roughly around 60,000. Flight paramedics, they get paid roughly around 40,000. Flight nurses, they get paid around 80,000. Pilots, we have some on Navajo, they get paid around 80. In the private area, they can expect a wage up to around 90,000. Managers will be probably paid around 70,000. We'll also need some dispatch coordinators to help coordinate. So when we go back and look at the story of what has happened with, I guess, COVID, there are some things that become really important in having a responsive system, not only for healthcare, but building our economy. And these are transportation, roads, being able to coordinate our healthcare system, and having improved infrastructure for this transportation. So air services helps us to get there immediately. And this is why this investment becomes very critical in terms of moving our nation forward from COVID. So that's all I have for the presentation, speaker, members of the council, and I'll turn it back over to Robert Joe and answer any questions here if needed from the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joe, does that conclude your presentation? Mr. Robert Joe?
Sorry, I was on mute. I was talking and didn't realize I was on mute. We have a couple more to present and they shouldn't take too long. The next one is air purification manufacturing, the equipment, sales and distribution of it. And I had mentioned earlier, it would require about 120 full-time jobs, an investment of 12 million with leasing an existing facility on Navajo. The revenue project potential, 225 million on the low side, 525 on the high side. I've got a gentleman that's working. We actually had a call that we're working directly with the CEO of Plasma Guard. His name is Dennis Rose. Dennis Ekus is the gentleman that we're working through on this. Dennis, if you're on the call, could you go ahead and...
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And my name is Dennis Ekus. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation Bar and have been since the beginning, way back in the late 70s, and have a long relationship with the Navajo people and have an interest and concern for their welfare. In the course of the work that I do as counsel with Natani, I have encountered a healthcare matter that I think is of significance that ought to be fully investigated, both as to what its value is to the health of the Navajo people and also as an economic development potential. We're in the early stages of our due diligence with this company. It's called Plasma Guard, located in Michigan. And it is a product that eliminates harmful particles and increases the quality of the indoor air in our homes and workplaces, going from a small size to as large as an arena. This appears to be based upon 17 compliance tests that I have read through and understood as being apparently the most efficient and the most effective method by which to remove pathogens from the air. About 99% of all the homes and buildings in the country, and I'm talking about the United States, currently use dust filters as their primary method for removing dirt and other things from the air. Those filters are very inadequate as compared to this particular device. This device can remove pathogens down to the size of 0.1 to 0.05 microns, which is far, far smaller than what any air filter currently in the marketplace. Like I say, this is a preliminary review on our part. We're not advocating that this is the best there is, although we found nothing that even compares to it. So we are very high on it as a health therapy in the Navajo Nation and in the United States. But the fact that it also opens up opportunity for a manufacturing facility within the Navajo Nation that would hire as many of the 120 persons with a variety of scaled jobs, and that the cost investment that has the potential of generating more than 10 times the investment cost appears to be a very worthy project to be more thoroughly investigated with due diligence. That's an overview of this product, and I'm not a salesman for the product. I just merely have found it to be a very intriguing product that deserves further investigation, both as to its efficacy and as to its economics. And so far, that which has been done looks extremely promising. And so, I feel very good about recommending to Nathani that this matter be further investigated and pursued. And Mr. Joe has already described what the investment requirements are, and I'll leave it at that and respond to any questions. I hope I wasn't on mute. I wasn't. If no questions.
No, you weren't. Mr. Joe? Does
Yes.
that conclude your presentation?
We have the lab testing, and the investment for the lab testing is 5 million, revenue projection 24.4 for 40 full-time jobs. We've got a gentleman, Travis Renville, if you can run through this presentation quickly. Travis?
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and rest of the delegates. And thank you, Rob and NDC board members. Yes, this kind of goes along with all the different ancillary type of opportunities that I've been talking to Rob and the NDC about over the past few years to go along with, taking over Medicaid and the IMC, different things like that. But, controlling the dollar and recycling the dollar as much as possible has always kind of been, the multiplier effect type of mission. And the Navajo Nation having their own reference type lab is something that I thought would always be needed. I know each different facility, whether it's IHS or a 638, has their own, small in-house type labs that do other types of testing. And I think what we saw in response to COVID this last couple of years, the issue of capacity and other things was exacerbated by COVID and other issues. And I've always thought, again, that, tribes should have their own laboratory where their own reference laboratory. The 638s and IHS would basically gather, their phlebotomists would gather the different types of specimens, but the lab, a reference lab, either in New Mexico or Arizona, on or off the reservation, would be able to service all those different types of locations, and again, bring, fast and quality type of results to the Navajo Nation, and also bring jobs and revenue to the nation as well. So with that said, I presented Rob potential opportunity to partner with an existing lab to help gather some of those specimens and source them overnight, and then interface right into the 638 types of systems, the information systems, a lot of the different results, and then also help with various customer service and care coordination type of activities. With that said, the laboratory, I think Rob just mentioned the potential investment. The revenues are around $9 to $10 million net revenues per year with something like this. With an initial investment, like Rob said, either 4 to 5 million, again, depending on what part of the reservation we put it in, different things like that, whether it's in New Mexico. I'm also looking at contracting with non-native, non-IHS or 638 facilities, healthcare systems for some of these specimens and such. And the reason why, again, is the turnaround times. I think we saw turnaround times for a lot of the different testing, especially COVID, sometimes within a week or two. And the lab that I've been talking to and working with basically has been doing South Florida and getting results within 24 hours, 48, no more than 48 hours. Sometimes there's little issues here and there, but we're able to troubleshoot them and get the results out and provide the proper customer service. With that said, the other issue that I presented to Rob and NDC and the board was mass manufacturing. I know the nation has invested into glove manufacturing, but I also saw, again, I think we all saw the supply chain getting broken this past year, and a lot of nefarious type people, suppliers coming into the scene with expired products and counterfeit products and different things like that. So I put a plan together for NDC and the Navajo Nation to have their own mass manufacturing facility. That would be initial investment about 2 to 3 million. Again, potential revenue, net revenues to the nation are around 10 million per year, with about 15 to 20 different jobs. And again, we would like to put it on or near the reservation if possible, providing jobs if needed. That's another potential opportunity, and that's all I have right now, Rob. Thank you, delegates and honorable speaker.
Honorable Speaker and members of the council, this concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to start these up, and we'd be more than willing to get them up and going and make them successful. Once they're successful, we'd be open to selling some of these off to Navajos that want to become entrepreneurs and own a business. So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Joe, and thank you to all the presenters there from Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions at this time as I'll go to the floor? Right now, I don't have anybody in the queue, but doesn't mean there are questions. And this was, Mr. Joe, correct? This is something that was all sent over on that initial presentation, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I've been pushing that concept that Justin suggested, not only the budget confirmation, but advisories.
If there's none, going twice.
White House Council. And so my hope is eventually
going 3 times. Thank you very much, Mr. Joe, to you and your presenters here before us today, and I appreciate that. And I'm glad you guys could come back to present before the Naa'bik'iyati committee. So with that, colleagues, let's continue on down to item number 2 on our agenda. Dene College, Mr. Russell, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Speaker.
Oh, great. Good to hear your voice. Mr. Russell, you and your team have the floor at this time, so the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the 24th Council, staff, and guests. My name is Monty Russell. I'm the president of Dene College. Kiani Nishle, Monty Clan Scotland, Bashashin, Nashin Shache Ado German Chanela, Senakana Denisha. We're going to present, we sent out the PowerPoint, presentation to everybody, and I'll kind of go along this But I think there's a couple things just to kind of preface this conversation. And I think one of the things, if you look at the, requirements or focus areas, we hit all of those. In other words, to provide support to households, we have that. To support nonprofits, we are a 501c3. To help local businesses, we provide jobs. Those that are hard hit, our students, the infrastructure, how we provide education to our students. So in that sense, this presentation is really about an investment in our people. And I think that's what a lot of times when we talk about giving to Dannett College or NTU, it's like a one and done, but it's not. So I just want to remind everybody, based on the National Clearinghouse and research that we have done internally, our graduates from Dannett College from 1970, I think it's 9 forward, have contributed to the Navajo Nation economy over $3 billion, and that's with a B. So this investment is more than just what we're talking about on the front end. So the first thing I wanted to kind of just give real briefly is where we focus the CARES Act funding, both from the Navajo Nation, but also the money that we got directly. So the Dannett College CARES Act, our focus primarily is in 2 areas: safety and student support. In safety, our buildings here were built in the early 70s. And so it's a very different maintenance procedure, a lot of boilers, very few HVACs. And the whole idea of being safe is providing that airflow and filtration that's needed, PPE for our students and staff, plexiglass, if you visit our campus, is everywhere. We provided free meals to keep students and staff from leaving the campus during the time. They could get a meal for lunch here. So we cut down the way that we were able to interact, and maybe go home and do things like that. So we did things like that. We created an incident command center. And we created what I think some of you, if you've seen some of our campuses or went to our website, these outdoor learning centers, which are classrooms outdoors with they look like Head Start playgrounds without the playground equipment, if you will. So there's desks and tables in those, and we created an actual art studio outdoors. So looking at ways to try to be more safe. In terms of student support, we gave $1.3 million directly to our students. The average check that we gave out to our students was roughly about $700. We provided, and that cost 1.3. We have 50% tuition grants of about $1 million so far. We're going to be doing that again this fall and next spring, next summer. This summer, we're continuing. We provided laptops and hotspots. We created Zoom rooms so that we now have the ability, and we're continuing this. We only got so far with those funds. Zoom rooms allows us to have synchronous and asynchronous classes. By that, I mean, one of the challenges we have, of course, is access. How do we get students to be able to have access? Well, one thing is you go to a Zoom, like if we're having this meeting right now, you have to be here. But by being able to have asynchronous, a student can come back to that and have that capacity to be a part of that lesson on their own time. That's a different kind of technology. We're started working on that. Our goal is to get all of our classrooms there. The idea of digital transformation, again, beginning that process. So everything becomes digital, and that's a safety mechanism, right? That's safety because we're no longer having a bunch of papers to sign and hand it here and hand it there. But it also is about access. So a student doesn't have to go through this other process. They can actually be a part of the registration and enrollment without actually having to ever step foot, get a review, get advising, anything like that. So we're in that process. We've been migrating to this digital transformation as we go forward. You will recall, and we're very thankful to the Navajo Nation Council that through your CARES Act, the funding that the Navajo Nation got and through the council, given to Diné College, we now have 2 micro campuses in Aneth. So for the first time ever, we are now in Utah. So we have a campus in Aneth. We also have a micro campus in Newcomb. Again, this addresses how do we try to get our citizens of the Navajo Nation to be able to access college. I'm going to talk about these a little bit later because one of the things that we've done is actually expanded the idea of micro campuses to address economic development, to address agriculture, to address education. So it's forcing us to rethink and think about things anew. We've increased the broadband here. We went from 400 megabytes per second for 6 campuses to now 5.4 gigabytes per second for our 6 campuses and 2 micro campuses. We hired health screeners at every entrance to make sure that we have contact tracing going. We had a grant from the Navajo Nation that we had to give some funding back because we couldn't get it done in time, but it's fighting COVID-19 with our Navajo traditions. And so we got part of that done, but that's something that we want to continue. We're able to renovate, some buildings, again, making it safer. Our library, it's closed right now, but our second floor is a totally different second floor. We have study rooms there. We have our desks are not the old, just wooden, just planks, if you will, but they're cubicles, so they're safe also. And we've done other IT upgrades as we go forward. But I think it's important to kind of see what we've done so far. And you see where we're headed in this transformation process. So go to the next slide. What does this look like and why are we addressing it? When I said earlier, this idea of saying, this is about an investment in our people. If you look at the American Community Survey 2019, 29,000 people living within the reservation. Now, this does not mean those Navajos that are living in Phoenix or Albuquerque or Salt Lake, but within our borders. So it also includes non-Navajos. But 29,000 people within our borders have some college, but no degree. When Robert Joe from Adani Corporation, when they were talking about the workforce, this is part of that workforce. So how do we move from having 29,000 to get them to have degrees? Even if you take a quarter of that number, even if you take a fifth of that number, that changes the whole view of the Navajo economy. So we can target and we need to find a way. And so that's something that we need to look at. The largest Navajo Nation job category is in the area of STEM. A lot of people think it's government or other, education. It's not. It's in STEM. You include healthcare, you include science, you include teachers that are teaching science and math at schools. That's the largest area. So that gives us an idea, even with the looking at the lab that was proposed earlier, that in developing a new workforce, we need to be targeted. And how do we move forward? And I think one of the things that we're looking at as we get into this in a little bit is we need to do it in partnership with each other. Diné College can't do this. NTU can't do this. Diné Chamber of Commerce, we need to do this together. And I think that's something that I look at. And the NGOs, how do we all work together instead of fight over the funding? And I think that's something that I think we're beginning to have those conversations. If you think about the 3 biggest reasons why students stop out of college, because a lot of our students, they do stop out. And then 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years later, they come back. How do we keep them? Childcare is one, transportation's another, and student debt. So we're actually trying to address the student debt issue in terms of one of the things that we can do. And the 2 different sources of funding. So funding that we've received from Department of Ed or the BIE have to be used in those 2 areas I mentioned earlier: direct impact for students and making mitigation of COVID-19. So it's very defined and it's become stricter with this new administration. The old administration allowed you to do major renovations. this administration is saying minor renovations. At the same time, the thing that is important is that the Navajo Nation does not have those kinds of restrictions. And that's why you'll see some areas that we're looking at. Now, we're trying to work with, our congressional delegation and others to try to change that and allow the opportunity for a more expanded interpretation of what that means in terms of addressing the concerns and the problems that we're faced with COVID-19. When we talk about student debt, as some of you know, and I knew when I was, many years in college, when I owed money still, I couldn't get a transcript. And that official transcript meant I could not get into graduate school. I could not get into a job sometimes because they were very strict. So this idea of one of the things that we are in the process of doing is try to eliminate as much debt that our students have right now as possible. Because a lot of it is because our students were faced with this, they had a job, but those jobs, vanished during this past year. So how do we try to help them, not just for today, but also tomorrow? And I think that's something that we're really looking at. And I think one of the things that we're really focused on, I mentioned earlier, how do we create a college and/or certificate? So it's not just about a college degree, but it's also about, the skills, the skill labor that is needed, carpenters and things like that. How do we get this to be going? And I think we're addressing that in some of the recommendations that are going to come up, but it has to be coordinated with the Navajo Nation, with businesses, and with the colleges and universities. This has to be a joint approach, and with the NGOs. I think we need to address this in a manner that allows us to look at this in a comprehensive and integrated approach, because we need to look at how do we try to rebound with our economy immediately, but also how do we ensure that we have a sustainable and growing economy, and that it's not just going to be a one and done investment that we're looking at right now. So, next slide. So the first area that I want to present and talk about is the COVID slide in education. So all across this country, you have probably heard and read what's called a COVID slide. And that is, students are not learning at the same level and rate they were prior to this. So they're behind. Now, in areas that have a lot of money, that have a lot of, in the middle of a city, a nice city like say Arlington, where the income is very high, that's a different thing and they can handle it. But what you have here, if you look at just the latest National Indian Education Study, our students are 2 to 3 years behind others. This is before COVID. And now with COVID, we're looking at possibly 3 to 4 years behind. So we need to do something to address that. And so some of these I'm looking at and Diné College is looking at the larger picture, not just about what it means for us immediately, but what it means for the Navajo Nation, and then later on down the line, what it means for Diné College. So how do you address that? Well, studies have shown, and MIT, did some studies in the middle of the pandemic that shows that accelerated tutoring can catch students up. And that's also something that would be useful outside of this COVID slide. How do we make up the 2 to 3 years in addition to making up the COVID slide? And so what we're proposing here is a Navajo tutoring corps. It could be aligned with the scholarship office, but it also could be utilized and worked in terms of work study at the college level. But looking at college students providing tutors all across the reservation in their chapters, at the chapter house to provide, or at the school there, providing this accelerated tutoring. There's programs, there's ways to have the training, but this would be developed and worked in concert with the local schools to try to catch students up across the Navajo Nation. The other is college and career readiness is at an all-time low. You've heard me talk before that 87%, 83% of our students that come in from as freshmen, incoming freshman students, require remedial math. Now you take a look at what I just presented earlier about the 2 to 3 years behind, and now maybe 3 to 4, that's going to go into the 90%. How do we try to address that? We need to, because this then also ties into the idea of the workforce that, like the Ani Corporation was talking about, that other places are talking about, our businesses, because we don't want to just grow. We don't want to maintain the status quo. We want to build a new status quo that's continually building, and that takes a workforce. The other is a greater need for remedial education. I mentioned that. And I think the way to address that, something that we've been doing here, except for the pandemic, is developing summer remedial boot camps. Okay, so this is something that, we've already been doing. It was very successful. We had a 75% success rate. I know NTU also has had a similar type of program with similar success, but we can only keep a few, right? We can't have hundreds that need it. So how do we do this across the entire system? What we're looking at there is to say every high school that has a dorm, so Rough Rock, Mini Farms, Gray Hills, Wingate, all of those schools would have summer-long boot camps in remedial education. So when these students are done, they will have graduated with their math and their English, so they can step right into college. This addresses two things: the problem that we spend out of $20 million with the scholarship office, $5 million of that is spent on remedial education. So we're actually doing two things. By investing early, we can now have more of those scholarships be addressed at actual college classes instead of remedial classes. So I think that's what we're looking at there. Kind of jumping up to the college and career readiness, by going to the high schools and working at the high school level in dual credit programs, through IT. How do you get ready for college? How do you get ready for a job? Customer service. I think we all have heard the stories about, students that come into an interview and they're wearing cutoffs and a tank top and flip-flops. And, how do you try to build that sense of professionalism? Those things can start at the high school. They can start even at the middle school, if we could. Because of COVID-19, all across the country, you're seeing about a 15% drop in incoming freshmen. I think it's about an 18% drop in students filling out the FAFSA forms to get, and this is really, scary as we go forward. So how do we incentivize? And I think that's part of what we're doing, the 50% off. We're waiving all fees, but there's more that can be done. And I think that's what we want to kind of talk about. So next slide. So what does it cost? If we look at the Navajo Nation Tutoring Corps, the proposal, again, this money is not coming to Diné College, but it's a program that, we could help be a part of. It could be an expansion and should be an expansion of probably Doty, but 500 tutors across the reservation, $15 an hour, about $6.3 million is what we think that would cost. It would be a half-time job, so these students could continue to be enrolled in college and moving forward in their own, much like AmeriCorps program is presented. They work, they get a salary, but then they also have time to be able to continue their education. The college readiness program at every high school. There are 31 high schools across this country, across this Navajo Nation. So 31, each school getting $100,000 to focus on college readiness at their high school. Working in concert with, Diné College, NTU. But when I was the director of BIE, I gave $1 million across tribal colleges that had high schools close by. And it had a huge impact in areas where they were able to provide these types of services, having students come on campus, having faculty go out to the high schools, and it got people ready and interested. That type of program right now is needed because a lot of our young people are thinking, okay, I'm going to stay out of of college or a certificate or whatever that case might be. And when they do that, it's harder to get them back. And so if we go to the high school, it just becomes an extension that is addressing this. The next, and that'll be 3.1 million with 100,000 to each school. Again, the idea here is how do we look at a bigger picture, not just how does it affect and benefit Dannett College. This is benefiting everybody as we go forward. The summer remedial boot camps. Again, I had mentioned earlier, the high schools and colleges with dorms. So we have about 13 of those across, and at each of them get about 200,000 to help pay for those classes, to help pay for the meals that they're going to be in, and to be able to get them ready for college. That'll be about 2.6 million. And each of these camps can handle up to about 50 students. And it can, you know, again, these are things that both NTU and Dannett College have already been doing, so we know what it takes as we get started. And I think success breeds success. So this allows us to have the startup, but then the success can come later. I think the other thing that's important too is to get incentives for students to go from high school to college. They can get scholarships, but what if they had, you know, both NTU and Dannett College, you know, try to encourage them. So maybe we have an incentive program, 500 students at $2,000 for a whole year, $1 million. Think about 500 students per year. I mean, the number of students that are high school graduates is not that high. If we can get these students to get going, they have a better chance than if they can start successful with remedial so that they can go right into college. They have a better chance of success if we provide the support. We can address a whole bunch here in terms of what we're looking at from the K-12 as well as the higher ed, which then goes into the scenario of a new workforce and a new economy. And that combined would be about $12.3 million going forward. Next slide. One of the things that we're not able to address because of the restrictions within the funding that we receive is some of the capacity and the capital that needs to be done to build what we're talking about, to build a new workforce, to help entrepreneurs, to help small businesses. And so, the idea of a business incubator, we have incubators, we understand that, but we need more. We need them spread out across the entire Navajo Nation. And they can focus in areas of expertise. So you could have one that focuses maybe on agriculture. You could have one that focuses on the arts. You could have, and they could work together and amongst each other. Well, and the idea of an incubator is not an office complex that people then can just be at. It's about incubating. It's about creating ideas. It's about then taking something that is kind of on wobbly legs and actually bring it into, from a child to a teenager to an adult in terms of the stability of that business. What they need in the beginning is not what a business needs in the middle and not what they need at the end. But you have people and support that are there that are helping that business grow in terms of creating the market, expanding the market, and then making sure that you're efficient and effective in that proposal. And so one of the things that Dannett College, can do, which I think is important. You can have this training, but there are some things that we can do that put us in a good place to be a partner in this process. Is that we can create degrees, we can create certificates, we can create CEU training, so that there's a piece of paper and there's a sense of people moving forward in this area. But within our own faculty, we can have training that looks at how to write a business plan, how to incorporate all the things that are listed here, point of sale systems, keeping accounting, creating a vector logo. How do you launch a business on the Navajo Nation? That's stuff that and that's just a sample of what we're looking at. But the the bigger part of this and the bigger idea, I think, as I mentioned earlier, is how do you utilize the strengths of Navajos all across the reservation? That is not just about Diné College. It's about having, somebody like Robert Joe teach a class. It's about having people that are out there that have businesses, Vice President Leiser. In other words, people that are doing it, using the expertise that is out there. How do we try to capitalize this? Because while it's not easy to build an incubator, it's harder to keep one open. And we need to be thinking about how do we keep this open and not just the idea of building on the front end. And so one of the things that we've done, in education is, so we have a Northwest New Mexico teacher project, which is focused on, it's a grant that we received from New Mexico PED. But the idea there is that we have some of our faculty that offer that, but we also have experts that are teachers from those schools in New Mexico that can provide, say it's a reading teacher, so a master reading teacher coming in. And so you use the expertise of the community you're also trying to help. So you empower, knowledge, you empower the idea of saying, how do you try to continue? And you also take back, which is very Navajo, the idea of giving back. And I don't really know any business person who's made it or is in the process of making that does not think about how I can help others. And this is a way that I think we can look at that. And so part of that infrastructure is, we're looking at it, largely. So in terms of the development, and I know that in some of the other proposals, the idea of the incubator is a big idea because it does connect all of these things, the land, the internet, cell service, startup businesses, roads, buildings. It encapsulates all of that. And so I think that's something that I think is important as we go forward. Next slide. So this gives you, the specifics of this. So dedicated space, 4 sites across the reservation. Actually, it's 8 sites as listed below. Each space will include co-workspace. So people can come together, they can have separate, spaces for conference rooms, for meeting, training, and different things like that. I think it's really important is the idea is also making it so that, for example, right now, one of the things that we're looking at is we're working with the Dilcon chapter. And in one of the buildings that we're talking about, and it's actually a little later in the presentation, there's a commercial kitchen in it. Well, that commercial kitchen then allows us then to have training and extension services for our agriculture business owners, producers and growers. And that's one of the things that's really missing in providing that training and that access to new markets is the lack of commercial kitchens in terms of being able to go from farm to school grants and things like that. So looking at this in a more holistic approach is what we're looking at. But the other thing is, if you build an incubator, that's going to take you a couple years. Well, our business needs are now. So we have to look immediate and long-term. And so partly right now at the Shiprock North campus, we think we can renovate, an area that we have there for $500,000. Now, the reason why we say 500,000 is because if we learned that's what it takes for us when we remodeled and renovated our campus site in Aneth as well as Newcomb. So that gets us going immediately. And then phase 2 is the building of these sites across the reservation in areas that are needed and that we can work together. I'd like to allow our Dean of Business, the School of Business, Mike Lerma, to add anything about the incubator at this point, if you want to, Mike.
Yeah, good almost afternoon. Good morning, good almost afternoon. Thank you for your attention to these matters. Right now, we're really in the process of raising the bar for what we expect from our students and the ways in which we can provide coordinated cooperation across the board, using the resources that are already set forth through Division of Economic Development, all of our partners, including our sister campus, Navajo Technical University. We really want to build the economy and make it something that we can be proud of. And our faculty look at our students in that way. Future Nat'ani that are going to be able to build something that we can all be proud of. And so we want that opportunity to be able to build something that we can look back on and say, we tried, we did our best. And now our children are having opportunities to come back home and provide for their families, practice through that coordination of resources, really. And so, yeah, I think Dr. Russell has spelled out the details of it. I appreciate the moment to say my piece.
Thank you, Dr. Lerma. I think that the thing, one of the ideas that comes out of this is to create a digital trading post at every chapter. I mean, you begin to start thinking of the possibilities. And I think one of the things is that by working together, it becomes possible to do that. And I think that's what we're really looking at going forward. So next slide. One of the areas, and we talk about this, and we usually talk about this from a very sad perspective, and that is what we lost during COVID. We lost people, and with people is knowledge, and with people are stories. And what did we learn during that time? Is that we need to do something now to ensure those stories and that knowledge is not lost. And so we also learned something really important, that we can practice our culture. We can provide the ceremonies we need to remain in balance and restore the harmony, even within a pandemic and using technology. So, in the past, sometimes we've talked about technology is the doom of culture. Well, says who? The idea now is how do we use that to ensure that we have this around? So this part is really focusing on how do we find balance after COVID? We have talked and we are in the process, and we developed a Institute of Navajo Sovereignty here at Diné College. And one of those charges there is how do we ensure that we relearn Navajo ceremonies? And how do we ensure that we continue that knowledge? We have other entities that are working on this. But I think, again, the uniqueness of a college being able to do this. And so we've already started this plan. We started working with different people. And the idea is, okay, a 3-year plan to invest in this. $500 a year for 1.5 million is, the process of learning, the process of apprenticeship, the process of some people who may not even be here on the reservation, but they're interested. I think that's the other thing that we really learned during COVID is that, and look at the numbers, they went from 340,000, whatever, to over 400,000. In other words, just because you're off the reservation doesn't mean you're not Navajo, and yet they should have the same opportunities. So here's a way, how do we expand that idea? Using technology, we can kind of focus on this idea of relearning Navajo ceremonies in a manner that provides maybe not the expertise at the level via technology, but at least that ability that everyone shares if they feel that that is a calling that they have. The other thing is, how do we address it from the students? So all across the reservation, we used to do this when I was at Rough Rock, and I know other schools have done it too. And we do it here at Diné College with our Navajo language immersion camps. But create camps at every chapter that are culture camps. And my mom and dad, they used to do one at Round Rock where they would go up into the mountain, and students would come and they would be provided this opportunity. Provide that opportunity for every chapter, for every student from there, to try to find a way that they can have a connection. Maybe they don't have it at school, maybe they don't have it at home, but this allows that opportunity, because again, what we found during this pandemic is people came back. People came back to who they are, being Navajo. And now we provide that not in a time of pandemic, but at the elementary level, at the high school level, providing those opportunities. And by having $5 million across, about 200 and something thousand per chapter, that could provide this ability to have this. I think one of the things too, in terms of this that we'd like to look at is this fighting COVID-19 with Navajo traditions and ceremonies. So we got, and we're very appreciative of the funding that the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation Department of Health gave us to help provide training for mental health professionals in terms of how, the support they need from understanding Navajo traditions and ceremonies in dealing with the pandemic. And we've done some of those trainings, but we couldn't finish everything by the deadline. So we had to give about half the money back. But there are a lot of stories that are still there. We're still working on it. But the trainings that we did offer, and we've offered different trainings for school counselors and different people, were overwhelmingly received with what's next? When is it coming? People want this, people need this. And I think what we're just looking at is let us finish that project. And then we are able to then provide this curriculum that could be utilized by, the different entities around that can then move forward and provide this training for school counselors, for social workers, for people that may be not familiar. But this is a way, again, to provide that opportunity for our Navajo people to have whoever is providing that service to help them have a better understanding of who they are going forward. And the last part of this is dealing with one of the things, as I mentioned earlier, this idea of what we lost. Well, let's make a pledge to try to get that back, but also what happened during this time. I think that's important in terms of having oral histories from the communities that talks about how they dealt with it, what happened. And because you have to, while you don't want to sit there and continually look back, it is important. These stories, I share the story many times about, in the middle of the pandemic, walking on the trail around Diné College, there was a Kinolda happened and they walked by me. It's like 6 a.m. They went running, not walking, running. And, that was one of the most uplifting things I ever saw. And when I looked into it, so those kinds of stories of how people persevered, how they were resilient, I think is important. We have the Diné College Press. So this is something that also could be bound and in a way it's shared so that we would have this as well as videos and, the oral histories that we have within Navajo, not just elders, but also the younger people is important as we move forward. And this, in terms of finding balance, we expect 8.3 million for that project or group of projects. Next slide. Well, then the next slide is healthy Navajos equal healthy economies. And this, one of the things that we found, and we heard this across the Navajo Nation, is that the intergenerational homes that we have contributed to some of the challenges that were faced. And partly that's because we don't have enough housing. At Diné College, we do not have enough housing. A lot of our employees, they live it just like what we found, intergenerational, and they're put at risk. We don't have the housing that's needed to provide for not just faculty, but for other employees. And so this actually has a direct impact on the health of our communities. We need to look at this. And for us, our community is Diné College. How can we try to address this? We have a waiting list, I think, of over 40 people right now. And tribal colleges, we don't get funding for O&M. So this is one of those things, is that we've just been able to try to keep our buildings operational, but we're not able to invest in something bigger than that. And I think that's why this is on here, but it has a direct correlation. The health of our Navajos is also the health of our economies. If people are sick, if people are having to take care of others like that, that has an impact on us. We saw that, at the college, in terms of families that couldn't leave, families that had to stay there so they couldn't work. Productivity went down. Luckily, because of at that time, the CARES Act, we're able to address that, but that's not always the case. So what we're looking at, and this is part of those council delegates that have been a part of the 23rd council, will remember that in the Sihosin funding, we had proposed a student wellness and activity center that could be utilized for the entire community. And so this is something that at the time we were trying to, work out the funding issues, and we weren't able to get there in time for the previous council. But this is something that's even more important now because of what we just went through and what we're looking at. It's able to be used for students and community use, after school programs. We talk about the accelerated tutoring, training availability and accessibility. That's going to be huge going forward. The need for training across the entire reservation is going to be huge. We developed a training center on the first floor of the Naa'bik'iyati building, and it has a capacity of about 120 with classrooms. But the training needs are even more as we look forward to the different entities that need to have training in that space. Looking at that, I think, is going to be something that really is important going forward. And that is about 15 million based on 24,000 square feet. The housing for faculty, it would be an apartment type building for roughly 10 million. These were at lower cost, but as we know, the cost of construction is gone up nearly 30% lately. So this reflects the latest construction costs. Now we hope that those construction costs actually go down, but the total amount that we're looking at here is focusing on 25 million. Again, the way we look at this, it's larger than just in a college, but it also addresses the community needs that we have here going forward. Next slide. I mentioned this in the beginning, and we're almost done here. And that is, we have to create greater access to whatever it is that we're talking about. If we're talking about education, then greater access for students to be able to come and get their degree, their training, their certificate, whatever that might be. If we're talking about training for business owners in terms of the incubators, they need to have access so that people can try to get more information. With information becomes, that knowledge that actually can help grow ideas and build businesses. So that's one of the things we're looking at. So the idea, and you heard me talk about this earlier, the micro campus and innovation centers, we're asking for $3 million here. And we've already built 2 of them, thanks to the Navajo Nation. And they're trusting us with the CARES Act funding, and Aneth and Newcomb. And what we've done is we realized we can do something more than that. So the idea is that we actually would have the micro campus, but also it would serve as the capacity of an innovation / incubator, as well as an agri-hub. So by providing this, we're hitting 3 different areas of one, education, economic development, and economic development through agriculture. That's something that, as we've gone through this process, we realize this is what the need is. So for example, what we're talking about right now, we're working with the Dilcon chapter. We have an extension site in Loop, but they don't have a commercial kitchen. So the site we're looking at for Dilcon has a commercial kitchen, has a place that can be used for a conference room for businesses and entrepreneurs, has a place that can be used for businesses to come in and shared workspace, has a classroom that can be used as individual computers, computer hubs, not like a computer lab, but so you could have 20 students there taking 20 separate classes. And on the other side, it has room for a classroom, a regular classroom. So the idea here is, how do we expand the services that we're talking about? We've already done it. We know how much it costs to renovate these sites. And that's why we're looking at now expanding 2 sites in Arizona and 2 sites in New Mexico. The plus side of this, at every site, as well as every center, any student going to any school can use our site to access their college. So it's not just a Dennett College investment. It's investing in the students to whatever school they're going to. The other part of the micro campus, and it's addressed in that first slide when we talk about the COVID slide, is that we can utilize the tutoring core at our micro campuses to provide that opportunity. For one thing, a parent comes in with their child, they can take a class while their child is being tutored. Again, we need to try to find and meet these students where they are, whether if they're college students for Dennett College, some other university or college, or K-12. That's the kind of integrated approach we're trying to look at, in terms of, also it talks and it helps towards the sustainability. So we are also in conversations with Arizona universities about sharing space. So again, we have a shared partnership. They can use it, and that helps make it more sustainable over time. So that's what we're looking at, $3 million for 4 new micro campuses as we go forward. And the other that deals with access is 2.2 million or 2.4 million of laying fiber from Saley to Chinle. That won't just benefit Dennett College. That'll also benefit Chinle Unified, which has a Saley elementary school here. It'll help IHS. One of the things that we provide for IHS is they have no internet capabilities. So we let them use ours for the doctors so they could actually have access at home to be able to work on cases and research if they need to. So that 2.4 million would actually help not just us, but it would allow the opportunity. Now we have a new school being built at Lukashikai. It allows now to have fiber close and be able to meet that fiber need there. So the idea here is, again, a shared responsibility, not just about Dennett College, but it takes care of and helps the entire community here. That cost right there for all of that would be $5.4 million as we go forward. And access is really important. I think that's what we really recognize across the Navajo Nation, but also the United States, is that how we define access to college really defines what we plan to do after COVID. That we need to try to do things that are different and innovative. And that's what we're in the process of doing, why we have the micro campuses, why we're looking at the idea of laying fiber from Saley to Chinle. The long-term viability, I think, is important, but also it helps us in terms of, helps the cost come down. So, but we've been working with entities on that idea too. Next slide. The other things, and I'm ending with this as the last content slide of thing. What are, and the commercial lab was actually brought up, but what are other needs that we have seen and we're looking at as we move forward? You know, there is a need for a commercial laboratory. Whether, you know, exactly who should do that, but the idea, the operative word there is commercial laboratory. We're building 2 science, 1 math and science building in Shiprock, and then extending a brand new science wing here at Saley. They'll have labs there, but those are for instructional labs, not commercial labs. So that's one thing. Business capital, you know, I mean, we can provide the training and the access to information for, you know, businesses and entrepreneurs, but ultimately it comes down to business capital. some of the graduate programs, not just for Diné College, but others that address the unique needs. And we're focusing, I think people are focusing, the idea here is to show how these can maybe be integrated into larger ideas, graduate programs. We're in the process of developing an MBA here. Also, we're looking at a Navajo psychology program, which goes exactly towards this idea of providing the type of counseling that is so desperately needed right now as we go forward. Ecotourism, the hospitality training center, a center for hospitality that redefines what we're looking at in terms of tourism. A comprehensive study on the impact of COVID-19 on the Navajo economy. I think that's almost foundational to a lot of things. We all know that it had a direct impact, but actually doing a comprehensive study, I think, is really important. One of the things that we saw that was needed was emergency response training at the chapter level. This is important, in terms of how, as we move forward, and those chapter officials, they roll over, right? So they have new ones coming in. How do you ensure that this type of training is in place? I think the other area that's really important is providing regional and city type planning training for chapter. In other words, one of the things is we've recognized is some chapters have a very advanced and had outside entities come in and help them with the development of a plan, urban planning, if you will, and others don't. Where do you start and how do you move forward? So I think that's something that trying to level the playing field across the entire system is important. I think really a focus on recreation, sustainable initiatives. I think one of the areas that we're looking at developing a degree is in cybersecurity. We've reached out, to government entities that have reached out to us in terms of providing that opportunity. I just put this in there because I think there are ideas within it that can be addressed by others, but I think it's important. There are lessons learned during COVID-19 and during this pandemic that we don't want to lose sight of as we come out of this, that we need to make sure that these were things that we thought about during the pandemic, and so they're important. Next and final slide. Here's the breakdown of the cost just for the areas, the 5 areas that I brought up. So you can see what I have on the left column here is this is the total amount. And on the right column is this is what would go to Diné College. So these others, so roughly, whatever that difference is about saying this is what the total program would cost. And this is the area that we're saying Diné College, is going to oversee. I already went through those numbers as we talked about earlier on each slide. But I just want to thank members of the committee and honorable speaker for the opportunity to present our Diné College plan and the ideas that we have as we go forward. And I welcome any questions or comments or suggestions or disagreements, whatever it might be. So thank you. And that concludes Diné College's presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, for that presentation, and thank you very much for being here with us. Most importantly, I know that it takes a lot of work for you and your team members to get to that point. So we appreciate that. You putting together that information for council and for the Naa'bik'iyati committee to really understand the gist of what's really wanting to be on the build out there at Diné College. So with that, colleagues, Diné College has completed their presentation. Is there any comments or questions? Right now, I don't have anybody in the queue particularly lined up, but the floor is open.
Speaker, Delegate Hill.
Yes, Honorable. So, good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Floor is
Good
yours.
afternoon, yes. Oh, I appreciate their for presenting the proposal to the Navajo Nation Council pertaining to the or to Naa'bik'iyati pertaining ARPA. And I believe all of these areas that Mr. Russell is expanding on is something that the nation really, really looks to try to move forth to try to get to that level. And listening to the presentation before this, Mr. Russell from Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation talking about jobs, talking about the future jobs and the tech jobs and so forth. We really need to invest monies into our colleges. And he is right to grow the economy. When we talk about growing the economy, the money is like to see stores and little things. Yes, those grow economies, but in that the bigger picture, how can we get to where Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation speaks to? And that our sister schools should be communicating with our enterprise to try to see what type of job is needed currently on the nation. What is the shortage of teachers now? What is the shortage of nurses? What is the shortage of healthcare corporation or healthcare employees such as respiratory therapists, autonomists, and so forth? We have Department of Health probably is really working on a lot of the pandemic issues, but what other need is here? Because when you look at our hospitals and our schools, you see many non-Navajo teaching our children, knowing that our children and people aren't there yet. Maybe it's due to the fact that living in multi-generational homes, or they're the only people working, bringing home the bacon at home. And there's a lot of social issues at home. How do we try to fix that, to try to improve livelihood out there? And this is one way to get some sort of educational incentives, whether it's a cut on the scholarship, or if it's a family that's really struggling and you give them a tuition waiver. In return, you replace the school costs out of the ARPA, things like that. And we're really exporting our natural resources off the reservation. Gallup, Flagstaff, Phoenix, Page, Tucson, come back to work here and work for a few months and they leave again. How do we keep them? And I listen to the HES committee or resources development, BNF, or when I'm on the LLC, one of the things that we were talking with the college was to have a course of side of public safety. That way our police officers can continue their education into criminal justice degrees and so forth, and become attorneys at some point. But so that their buildings are crumbling. As a nation, we really need to embrace and say we're a tribe that has a tribally owned college, invested into the crumbling infrastructure that safely and at the branches, whether it's in Shiprock or wherever. We need to support their initiatives oh, up finish. Oh, you can add it. I have a son that went to DC, and he had a chance to go to a different place, but I told him, I said, we're put in place for a reason. And therefore, you're gonna start from here. So you need to identify what you are, to start out to the outside society, because outside society is going to determine and tell you who you are, tell you you're a different human being than being a Navajo citizen. It's just being a bias or a big we need to utilize our tribal colleges as that resource. I appreciate the request and the proposals that the college has. I'm sure there's many more aspects that we need to refine through the you need it during COVID. Or you, the institutional knowledge keepers, and that you can back Kayenda, or you as a state, or adequate not actually, or up I think they have a viable project, but we need to go and see and work with them, try to enhance our schools. And the other is that it's a form of an attractment to get our Navajo children to go to school, because whether they get a scholarship, those dollars go off the nation. And if we capture them and have them enroll at DC, that way these federal dollars that come in as scholarship, Pell Grants, things like that, other scholarship opportunities, they stay on Navajo. And the college captures them, utilize them. Navajo self most likely applied to purchases. And I did to yard and I really appreciate them expanding out to the NAU and UNM and other universities. As our students finish at the next college, they go on to the next form of school. We should be connecting up with NTU. Go back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So, colleagues, are there any other comments, questions at this time? If not, let me go back to Mr. Russell. Do you have any response for Honorable Otto, and maybe a closeout too as well? So I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Yes, first of all, I just want to voice my appreciation to Honorable So and the comments. I think his passion to help Navajo youth is understood and seen by all. So thank you. I think, one of the things I will say, in terms of working together and talking, that, we were reached out to by the Net Chamber of Commerce, and both our institution as well as NTU, to talk about how we can try to work together. What areas we both have expertise, and I think we'll probably expand that even more, with NGOs and looking at how we can try to work together as we go forward, because I think there are some really good ideas there. And, I think the first thing that we learn when we try to address a large issue is that you need a little bit of humility. We don't have all the answers, but I think collectively we do in terms of being able to move forward. I think there are things that we're still kind of shaking out. So I don't know what this process will be in terms of the finality, but we are also looking at different things. Though I do think one of the prospects going forward, as well as the path, is that I think we'll start looking at this more collectively in terms of seeing what else, here's what we can do, and defining that better for the council, because I think that's important to understand. It's one thing to give money, but then to understand who's accountable for what and who's accountable for what outcome, and being able to define that, I think, is important. And so I want to make sure that we're clear on the front end in terms of some of these areas. And I think, any potential partner would want the same thing. So as we go forward, that is, what we're looking at in terms of, we are, internally looking at, as I mentioned, we have a 50% break on tuition, a tuition grant. We also have 50% off on our dorms, our residential dorms. We're in the process of renovating those dorms to HVAC systems or new airflow systems for those old buildings. So that's something that we're looking at to be able to expand. But I think right now we are looking at keeping that to get more students excited about starting college, ending college, whatever that might be in terms of coming to our site. So that's what I'd like. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the council today. But also I hope that we can have other discussions and maybe, provide that opportunity, whether at the committee level or again, through this committee as we move forward. But again, thank you for the time. I know you have a long agenda, and I appreciate your attention to our presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, and thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon, or actually this morning and into this afternoon. With that, colleagues, we can continue on down. We did hear from Dene College, and we just have to hear from their sister school in our university too as well. Next is Navajo Technical University. So with that, without further ado, is there somebody on for Dene College? I mean, Navajo Technical University.
You're unmuted. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker Damon. This is President Guy from Navajo Technical University.
Good afternoon, President Guy. I didn't know you were going to be here with us. I thought it was somebody else, or else I'd have formally introduced you. Good afternoon, President Guy. Floor is yours.
Well, sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. We'd like to share our screen if we can.
Yes, there it is.
Okay, good. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, we have a few slides that I will share. It's just an overview of our requests. We had submitted proposals to your office, to the Navajo Nation president as well. And one of the proposals that addresses economic development was presented by the Navajo Nation Economic Development. So I was advised not to present the budget here since it's already presented to the Navajo Nation Economic Development to avoid a duplication of efforts. So let me start by an overview of NTU, the next slide. Just for members of the committee, we have 59 academic programs that we offer 2 of them at the master's level, 13 are bachelor degrees, 21 are associate degrees, and 23 certificates. Most of our degrees are in STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. For example, we have a bachelor's degree in electrical and industrial engineering degrees, advanced manufacturing, environmental science, information technology, biology, animal science, management information system, and then quite a few of the AA level, as well as the certificate programs. We have 28 faculty with a PhD or EDD degrees, of which 52% of them are American Indian faculty members. We have locations here in Crown Point, Chinle, East Nazbos, Kirtland, New Mexico, and Zuni Nation. Our student ratio is 13-1. And we are accredited with the Higher Learning Commission. And we've gone beyond those regional accreditation. Our vet tech is accredited by the American Veterinary Medical Association. Our culinary arts by the American Culinary Federation. And then our engineering degrees are accredited by what they call ABET. And then our construction programs, they are also nationally accredited. Next slide. You know, we've looked at some of the needs that we know it's important, and that's what we concentrated on in submission of our proposals. We feel that it's important to invest in water, science, basically artificial intelligence, broadband, economic development, and in response to needs of Navajo Nation as well as to NTU. We also see a need for campus improvements for our instruction delivery, for our operations, physical plant, some renovation to improve academic and student life for NTU faculty, students, and staff. Academic programs, learning, support, growth, and development at all of our campus sites. Improve access to instruction and support for students with performance needs. Next slide. This one addresses the Navajo Nation Water Institute to establish a state-of-the-art laboratory with capacity to test heavy metals in water, air, plants, soil, and other elements in ecosystems of the Navajo Nation that is certified by the US EPA. And in our proposal, we plan to build 10 water filtration sites across Navajo Nation. Currently, we have a memorandum of agreement with New Mexico Tech, and we are testing water in the eastern Navajo area. And we are also testing a water filtration unit that to make sure that the water is safe for animal consumption. We're looking at a couple of wells, but we also want to extend that to the 10 filtration sites that I mentioned. And eventually we want to get to safe drinking water for humans. And we are partnering with with our program, the NEST studies, to make sure that that there is an understanding when we do these testing, that we maintain the Navajo cultural aspect of taking care of the water. And then we eventually would like to serve the chapter houses and other communities throughout Navajo. It is important also to look at research network that allows collaboration between NTU and other universities around the world. There are some work being done with the water testing, and as well as the partnership with internet, what they call Internet 2, and which helped us here at NTU with funding from the National Science Foundation. The Water Institute will generate significant intellectual innovations and provide greater understanding of the links between traditional knowledge and Western science for a comprehensive perspective of the Navajo Nation's environment and ecosystems. So we believe it's really important to invest in the water. Next slide is to create an international technology partnership in artificial intelligence for climate, health, energy, and science. It's important to foster innovation to create powerful new solutions to address cross-cutting national challenges, including climate, health, bioeconomy, clean energy, manufacturing to accelerate economic growth, and market-driven change partnered broadly across the country. We need to develop an artificial intelligence-based tools to improve medical outcomes, such as, for example, smart diabetes tools to help monitor and inform patient prognosis. These practices are available off Navajo. The artificial intelligence is a new technology that we need to develop our capacity so that we can participate and use this technology to advance Navajo, to address Navajo needs. Partnership with other entities, to foster leadership critical to this economic prosperity and national security is important. And I think this is an area that we should all work on and to invest in these development. I think we talked about partnerships. The Net College and others have come before us today talking about partnership. I think this is one area that we need to really work on. Next slide. This is the economic development portion. We already submitted a proposal to the Navajo Nation Economic Development. And just to mention to the members of the committee that NTU, we offer a bachelor's degree in business administration, as well as a bachelor's degree in culinary arts and hotel management. And in this plan, we also want to expand the business incubators. Currently, we operate one in Church Rock in partnership with the Navajo Nation Economic Development. And we run that business incubator program. It is up to full capacity. And we've worked with the Navajo Chamber of Commerce in preparing incubatees on how to do a business plan, how to market. We provide a lot of assistance like that. And we've put 4 companies into business, Navajo business people into business to date. The other thing that we put in the economic development plan was to develop a world-class technology infrastructure, including advanced manufacturing to serve the university and the Navajo Nation. I was really happy to give members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee a tour of our laboratory here, of what we do in advanced manufacturing using 3D metal printing and some of the high-tech work, and they were very impressed, and they didn't realize that we had such a program here on Navajo. So I think it is important to continue to build on that type of economic development initiative. The other thing I think it's important is I see a lot of our students and faculty are very creative. They're developing new ideas, new development. A lot of these can make money. And that's why we think it's important to protect the intellectual property of these new ideas, new development. And we requested that we hire a person to work with Navajo business people and protect their intellectual property. So that's what we had submitted for the economic development that Navajo Nation Economic Development has. The next slide, higher education broadband. The NTU and the Net College established a cooperative exchange with Navajo eligible telecommunications carriers, referred to as ETCs, to inform and propose broadband solutions for Navajo higher education. The universities, higher education institutions, we have additional resources. Since we are an education broadcasting services, we have those additional opportunities that we can provide to Navajo schools, Navajo government, Navajo chapter houses, to individuals, homes, and which the carriers don't have. Carriers like Frontier or Sacred Wind, they don't have, which the higher education institutions have. And I'd like to, I have a couple more slides that I want to go over, and I'll have our Vice President, Jason Arvizo, and Dr. Gil Gonzalez share their slides and give a presentation on how we see broadband, how it will benefit the Navajo Nation and the use of fiber, etc. So I want to give them some time to talk about that, because it is an important thing for Navajo, and we look at how we have a different lens, I guess, when we talk about broadband. And the next slide talks about campus projects. And one of the things that we like to develop is establish a mental health campus and outreach centers here in Crown Point and at our Chinle campus to address short and long-term mental health challenges created by COVID with our students and staff. It is really, I think it's important to look at the mental health challenges that that are faced by not just our students, but other students as well. They've gone through challenges to where they, many people were isolated and they were not with their peers when they're learning. And they kind of wonder, many students wonder why they have to do that. And that's why they need some help to deal with what they've gone through. And then the other is that to expand programs and design to help students catch up on their studies by expanding summer summer camps, interim classes, tutoring programs at all of our sites, which Dr. Russell also mentioned as a need for the Neck College. Important to upgrade classrooms with improved ventilation and allow for social distancing. Expand the interface between K-12 programs and the university, and increase enrollment and engagement. Achieving parity with college-educated population with other communities in the United States through internships, service learning, externships, project-based learning, and other learning strategies that strengthen Navajo chapter houses and communities. The other need that we have, similar to the Neck College, is faculty housing. And we didn't include that because we were waiting on Navajo Nation economic development to get back to us, because we were not sure if the monies that we're seeking will allow for construction costs. So we would, if it is, then we stand ready to submit that. And so in summary, the budget that we are seeking and requesting from Navajo Nation is for the Water Institute is 8.4 million. The International Technology, which is the Artificial Intelligence Partnership, is 5 million. Economic Development, we have that at 35,998,000. The Higher Education Broadband at $195,302,600. And then NTU campus, including the mental health institutes, at $12,180,000. And those are all the proposals that we submitted, and then I submitted the proposals to your office, Mr. Speaker, to Melinda yesterday. And I'd like now for Mr. Arvizo and Dr. Gonzalez to elaborate on the higher education broadband, if they can share their slide.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and Naa'bik committee. My name is Jason Arvizo, and I'm the Vice President of Operations here at Navajo. We just are grateful to be provided the opportunity to explain to you the collaborative efforts of higher education regarding the need for the nation and its broadband. Essentially, since the CARES dollars that were initially provided by the nation, we've been able to work in collaboration with the number of service providers already established on Navajo, the ETCs, the eligible telecommunication carriers. We've gained a collaborative effort, has gained the understanding that essentially there's infrastructure readily available, and by building upon that type of infrastructure, we're able now to then bring capacity to our institutions. In fact, we were able to work with a carrier to use the infrastructure to then establish 100 gigabits of capacity at our Compound campus, and also 40 gigabits of capacity at our Chinle campus. We use the provider's infrastructure essentially as transport. Navajo Technical University has established, with regard to the research and education networks afforded to higher education, the capacity to be its own internet service provider. So we bring our own internet service across the transport of the carrier to bring to our campus in Compound and in Chinle. And that's what Dr. Guy was mentioning. We have the capacity to serve our tribal colleges on Navajo or to address education, but it also, to a great extent, services we can provide to the nation. We can provide to health. We can provide to the K through 20 education facilities across the reservation. The collaboration with the ETCs, again, addressing infrastructure that's readily available, they have an understanding of the needs across Navajo. They have an understanding of the culture on Navajo, and they have information that's readily available and willing to share so that we can address the barriers and the various opportunities that are, at our fingertips right now, so that we can then work together to bring the capacity to our communities rather than, waiting for the short-term options. We're looking at some long-term options that will serve the nation well into the future. Recent CARES dollars the nation provided NTU as well as the name that we built, and we were extended the 2.5 EBS pilot project, or the FCC extended to us a temporary authorization to use that frequency. We were able then to promote that in our campuses in Copland, and I know Danae promoted it at their campus in Lee. But here again, too, is an example of working with the ETCs so that we could work in collaboration to extend that opportunity. So we've been able to utilize the 2.5 gigahertz to serve a number of communities in Eastern Navajo. We're working, and we have hopes that the higher education institutes will continue to be afforded that frequency so that we in turn can serve our students and our faculty and provide them the capacity to those rural locations that don't have the connection. The 2.5 gigahertz is something that the nation has available to it, and we are, as higher institutions, willing to work with the nation so that it does address the concerns or the needs of our communities across the reservation. The opportunity broadband is now essential to higher education. I know that the lack of broadband services when the pandemic hit really did provide the detriment to our students and their learning. We have the capacity to provide online resources, but the infrastructure across Navajo was unstable. And still, to this day, we're still trying to figure out how best to serve those needs. Our students fell behind, and you can read in recent articles on how the K through 12 schools have lost contact with students, and that has increased this learning gap ever more. And that the nation needs to really concentrate on how we can really establish and reassure our students are getting the education they need. And broadband is one resource in this development to serve that need. Again, we emphasize collaboration across Navajo and working in coordination with the nation Department of Dene Education and seeing how E-rate and those developments, and not just address the needs for K through 12, but address the needs for K through 20 and the needs to utilize that opportunity to address economic development. We are, like I mentioned, a research and education institute. We right now have, we are in a service provider, And we're also looking for an opportunity to become a regional aggregation point so that services afforded to higher learning, like Internet 2 or digital libraries or EduLearn projects, those can all be extended not just to higher education, but K through 20 and to the government, so that these micro campuses that we're developing, students then have the ability to go to those locations or actually, have the resource in their home so that they can have access to research across not just the United States, but internationally as well. We have a number of projects. I'm going to ask Dr. Gil Gonzalez to introduce himself, and then he'll go ahead and address each one of them and explain how higher education can work in conjunction with the Navajo Nation to provide the needed resources to serve the Navajo Nation. Dr. Gonzalez, are you?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Jason, and thank you, Chairman and committee members. So the following projects have been worked on by ETCs in collaboration with the higher ed community. This has been a very fruitful engagement because we did not try to step on each other. And in many ways, it's an asset-based model where we're trying to build upon existing infrastructure, existing partnerships. And we know that something is beyond even broadband as we get started, because the engagement with ETCs opens a door for lots of other opportunities besides just lighting up a circuit or bringing a service to a home. Those are certainly the critical initial opportunities, but nonetheless, the idea is to work as a community. And we believe the ETC's engagement in that conversation with higher ed is an essential part of that. So before I go any further, a brief introduction. Again, my name is Gil Gonzalez. I was the CIO at University of New Mexico, as well as institutions in California and Arizona. And I've been working with Jason and Jared at Navajo Tech for several years here. And I'm really looking forward to helping to understand how Navajo can not only address the challenges of broadband, but also build the bridge to teaching and learning, which is in fact the underlying requirement for higher ed to get the outcomes they're after and create the infrastructure for the educational process, for the learning process to unfold on Navajo, in particular given the challenges of COVID. So next slide. These are 17 slides. I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. You'll notice at the very left-hand corner is anticipated funding source. The right-hand corner is the anticipated allocation. You're going to hear a lot about aggregation. You're going to hear a lot about fiber. You're going to hear a lot about the need to invest in Navajo to build capacity to support educational institutions, K-20, I would argue, as well as the higher ed community, and to connect Navajo more broadly, which is not necessarily to bring in outside infrastructure as much as it is to empower Navajo to deliver the services that are needed for the institutions, for the municipalities, for the other agencies, including research capacity on reservation to help and support economic development, economic growth, and of course, new research capacity. So number one is the idea to build capacity out to hire people to work at the edges, so to speak. So this is an allocation of about 550,000 to bring people together to build and implement the edge infrastructure to support Navajo. It's not useful just to get fiber on Navajo if it doesn't connect to someplace useful. The useful places today are places like Albuquerque, Dallas, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Chicago. At some point, the packets have to go where, in fact, the need is established through the routes that are required. It's not sufficient to have fiber on Navajo if it doesn't connect anything. Connecting at the ends is important. This is why we started with this one. We've got to connect it to the places where everybody else connects. The regional optical networks, the Facebooks of the world, the Googles of the world. Everybody connects to a convenient place so their packets can be delivered where they need to be. There's a cost for that. This helps build the engineering capacity so Navajo has the networks designed correctly so they can take advantage of it. Next slide. The second project is a kind of a legacy project in the sense that there were 12 strands assigned to Navajo several years ago in 2008 as part of an initial fiber investment. Those 12 strands are sitting unused. There's an interest in working with NTUA, who received the allocation and built the fiber, about 500 miles of fiber, and to turn that into a phased or some opportunity for education. And this could be the beginning of an education network on Navajo. The fiber is in place. The negotiations with NTUA are required. I think several groups on Navajo have made several runs at attempts to use that fiber. Now is a good time to do that. The 400 million you see on the lower right-hand corner is the cost that would be used for the electronics and to create connections to those fiber routes to make it useful for Navajo. Next slide. Back up one. So this is an interest in getting the universities themselves to think differently about not just working, I mean, certainly working together, that's absolutely the core requirement, but the second part is to connect to other universities. What we know is that there are optical regional networks, or these are the long haul providers for Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and others. And we've made the case that there's a funding request to actually connect to them and to enable the research infrastructure of Navajo, the underlying support, for example, for the Water Institute, to get to the universities where the faculty are at, where the research is being located. This involves construction in places where it's hard to get to. $4 million includes, for example, you'll see a similar one later, is to get a connection up through Tisnos Pass, through Cortez, perhaps into Denver or Salt Lake City. So this is the beginning of placing the university campuses at the center of the need for not only connecting for high-speed connectivity for students, that's mission one, but it's also to extend them and allow them to participate regionally and nationally with other universities around the country. Next slide. Navajo, as Jason mentioned earlier, Navajo Tech, through the CARES allocation or CARES projects, started to invest in building capacity with ETCs in communities where there was either underserved populations, or there was a research interest, or there was a history of engagement. The engagement for Navajo Tech is the Internet to the Hogan project, which was started about 5 to 6 years ago. It's about connecting homes, locations, entities where where the private sector has not had the business need in order to connect to it. Using the EBS spectrum, as Jason mentioned, is an essential, tremendous asset that Navajo is soon to have access and control of. Using that spectrum to build out locations where it's difficult to build, where there's not necessarily a business need, or there's a research need. And so these devices may be homes, may be located at homes, but they also may be located in fields. There's an interest in putting Internet of Things devices in the ground to collect water measurements and other important data, so they can begin to look at what the impact is on climate and so on. So EBS pilots are great because not only are they looking at connectivity for homes and people and community members and schools, but they're also looking at building out thousands of IoT devices to support an understanding of what's going on the land. And in fact, to use that data to make good choices about land use and other applications. Next slide. The other challenge or the opportunity is that Navajo Tech is probably one of the leading institutions in the TCU movement. I'm working with AHEC and 5 or 6 other colleges in the Southwest. Navajo Tech is interested in building regional aggregation to support tribal colleges. And it's an idea of creating a private network inside in the United States that services and supports other tribal entities. Other tribal colleges have similar challenges. Sometimes they're involved in their CARES Act allocations. Sometimes they're involved in some of the stimulus funds, but sometimes they're not. So part of the conversation is to begin to work with NSF to work through the issues of building out a regional aggregation location, perhaps in Albuquerque, to set the stage and set the model for a leadership position for other tribal colleges around the country. And again, all these networks are not just the same thing as getting to Google. It's oftentimes specialized networks that are specific to the science of the institution or specific to a certain application that is more useful beyond just getting to, again, Google, Yahoo, etc. So 1.8 million is been identified to build that capacity, provide that specialized network into Albuquerque. There's some new routes that have been established through some of the ETCs. There's some route diversity we're interested in. This could be very useful in leadership position long-term for TCUs throughout the country. Next slide. There are opportunities where connectivity isn't in a convenient location. And so one of these examples is that Navajo students are on the road often. They travel maybe 2 hours between classes in the institutions. This example came from Joy Thompson at Dene College, where she was making the case that let's build the network where the students need it, and not necessarily where the institution expects them to be. So this is an example or a case study of building capacity along a road, on Route 60, between Saley and Tuba City, and to work with the ETCs to put towers up to provide coverage where there's none now, and to make it sufficiently robust so they can actually do their homework. They can be engaged in doing their educational work, their learning opportunities en route. Put the equipment on buses, allow them to drive the routes, be well connected. That same thing could happen with other personal vehicles. So it's a way to think about the world in a different way. It's not necessarily always where the university wants the students to learn. It's where students in places and locations where they choose to learn. So it's that combination mix of physical places and virtual places. And we think that this is an opportunity to, again, work with ETCs to provide better coverage on routes, but particularly look at what could become maybe eventually, let's say, the beginning of a autonomous vehicle route. So there's other opportunities once these routes are covered. We think this is a good example of how the universities could engage and work with ETCs about specifying locations and business problems and learning problems and solving them collectively. $8 million, it includes towers, it includes new cellular towers, new ability to provide fiber to those towers. So it's a complex system, but it's, again, that could be a good use case model. Next slide. We also understand, as the chapter houses have been awarded or are completing the process of becoming libraries, the universities have the longest standing, well-established libraries on Navajo. We've made the case that the Navajo Nation community education, as well as DOTI, should be working with the universities to build a robust library system, which includes things like library loan, exchanging of materials, includes collecting and acquiring online materials so the students don't have to go to physical locations for all their collections needs. There's also a need to set up technical support for libraries. Libraries have become more computer oriented. They become places where whether it's archival and digitization, these are places where if the library content is going to be collected and retained and preserved, that's a series of technical skills that are necessary on Navajo to make that actually happen in a way so that with confidence, those assets, those important artifacts can be stored and reported on, used for research, etc. And on the same breath, made available to researchers, including Navajo students, faculty, etc., who aspire to do the kinds of research necessary from collections and from locations where they did not have access before. So we think that the libraries are an important part of the mix in terms of these types of projects. The second project is EduRoam, which is a way for institutions, organizations on Navajo to provide common access using Wi-Fi and other tools. It's a tool that will lead to making online materials available through Internet 2's in Common platform. So this is establishing the technical foundation to allow the Navajo chapter house libraries to participate with other libraries throughout the country. The best example of that at Utah State, the student teachers come down from Utah State to libraries that are EduRoam enabled, and they're able to log into all the resources they need from Utah State. So it enables the educational process and enables access to other collections. It's the, again, technical foundation for getting shared library materials, making the connecting the libraries in ways in which will be useful beyond creating union catalogs and other normal things that we expect libraries to do. The price tag is almost 8 million. That's we made the case, and I know there's discussion about this being some type of a shared or opportunity between Dene and Navajo Tech. Nonetheless, it's positioning the libraries as Navajo certifies them as a library district and rebuilds the chapter houses accordingly for it to be resourced as libraries and to operate in a way that brings value to the Navajo communities. Next slide. This is a special project in the sense that there are specific routes that oftentimes are overlooked or not accommodated. For those of you may know, Arizona Public Service has fiber up on various of their routes all throughout the state of Arizona, as well as a little bit in New Mexico. And those routes are useful to Navajo because it creates new opportunities for endpoints. This is an example of a connection to Sun Corridor Network, which is Arizona's education and research network. APS located in at the Cholla Power Plant near between Winslow and Holbrook, and that connection there enables services to be delivered to the two primary access points in Phoenix, Digital Realty on Van Buren and Coal Mountain. And then this enables organizations on Navajo to get their routes covered south to Phoenix. It also enables a new collaboration opportunity in working with Sun Corridor Network. And then finally, it opens up other opportunities through APS with other tribal entities who may want to actually build additional capacity for their constituents. So this is a specific project that's targeting an opportunity to build with Arizona Power, Sun Corridor, and Navajo, perhaps through Window Rock. And it's about $20 million, by the way, but I think in the long term, it's part of the opportunity to rethink these exit routes that are necessary for Navajo to be successful in the long term and provide the kinds of capacities that really are useful for universities, K-20 and others. Next slide. This is another type of an opportunity we think is important because of the NTU branch campus in Tinos Pass. This location is useful not only from a branch campus location and serving the community in this area of Arizona. We also think this is an opportunity to build capacity to that location that will enable a collaboration with the Utah Education Network and Front Range Gigapop. These are two regional optical networks to build routes up into Denver and Salt Lake City to provide route diversity, ways in which if the fiber breaks someplace, the packets can be sent other ways north. And so we think that Navajo should advantage the route availability, the physical routes that could make these fiber paths useful, not just for Navajo, but especially for Navajo. And then, by the way, as a secondary route, others who want to use these routes for their own, what they call express routes. This is a way to do this to benefit an educational institution. We know there have been some discussions already started in this conversation, and it also begs the opportunity for connections over to Shiprock and Farmington. So this is taking advantage of geography for Navajo and taking advantage of the beginning of a long-term strategy of building capacity through the Four Corners, building routes that will benefit the region economically, educationally, as well as providing the middle mile or backhaul for projects that need services to homes and other locations. And that's about $15 million. It's a long route. We have been discussing these routes with the ETCs. There may be ways to reduce that cost, but nonetheless, it's the idea that we're after. The actual number that would be expended is something we would want to work further on. Next slide. We strongly Navajo NTU, and we as we collaborated with Dene and others, we clearly understand the value of the $53 million E-rate award to Doty. That's a great project. It's going to light up every chapter house over time, many of the schools. We also think that the design of that network should be done with higher education in mind. If you look at the maps that we've seen so far from the E-rate projects, they don't include the universities. Of course not. They're not chapter houses or school or K-12 schools. But we're making the case here that with some funding, we could actually design the network so you'd have greater benefit from the work that's being done through with other funds. So this is a placeholder and a conversation we'd like to have with DOTI and with General Services as they plan and implement the E-rate projects. This is a design discussion. There is an opportunity not just to bring everything back to one location and pay for it multiple times. This is a way to talk about design that includes aggregation, sharing of capacity, building routes so that they can benefit others, not just direct routes alone. This is a consulting project. We think it's useful. Higher education has a lot of interest in the E-rate builds. We think this is a good discussion to be having. Next slide. There are locations in New Mexico, in this case, it's the Navajo Trust Lands near Alamo, that would benefit from higher capacity routes into the schools, into the community. There are E-rate projects that have awarded some of these projects, some of these builds already. There are also opportunities to build capacity and to work with others for routes that go down to 60 into Socorro. In other words, Navajo has a great opportunity to not only build capacity to the schools and the chapter houses, but also create the routes that might be used by other ETCs and other carriers to benefit the entire region. Going through Alamo and going a little further south onto 60 through Magdalena would create a new opportunity, a new loop service for Western New Mexico. This is a type of project that could be well resourced and supported by the tribes along the route, the community where it serves, and the research institutions that are located in and around the Socorro area. So it really advances New Mexico and creates new, not only economic development opportunity, but also a research opportunity to, again, look at the build capacity that is available to Navajo, given its land availability and building upon E-rate projects, as I mentioned earlier. This is also a possible discussion as well to build down to 60 and create a new loop through 25 north to Albuquerque. We think it's a good way to think about the problems that the state has as well as Navajo, and this is a kind of cooperation and collaboration that might be useful as well. Next slide. Navajo Tech has been urged by the National Science Foundation, and if you haven't heard recently, is Navajo Tech received 2 NSF awards a couple years ago, and they're building capacity for the research function of the university, as well as improving external connectivity, as well as working on homework gap solutions. NSF has expressed interest and communicated that to Navajo Tech to establish a location where experimentation might be done with 5G systems, alternative wireless like millimeter wave. They're looking for places in which and collaborators that would benefit from having a keen understanding of the wireless options that are being placed on the market, developed in the market, developed by researchers all around the country, and that Navajo Tech in particular, because of its STEM orientation, could use that as a lab and support their STEM programs. So this idea of building wireless test beds is something that there's advocacy at the NSF level, there's advocacy in NTIA, the same group that's going to be distributing the funds for broadband for the tribal carve-out as well as for others. And the idea is that Navajo Tech and other higher education institutions on Navajo, and this is the idea of again, advantaging the relative isolation of locations and decide whether or not this is a useful benefit to improve research, to bring 5G in before even the ETCs are ready to do it, for example. So this is a way to think differently about what opportunities might be made available to Navajo Tech and Navajo. The $14 million price tag includes the idea of creating an institute on an NTU on broadband to study, understand, articulate needs for Navajo. It's much more than a consumer discussion. There's a way to collect the data and inform FCC about what coverage looks like, inform the states, etc. All that work could be done at Navajo Tech and in essence set the groundwork for discussions about tribal connectivity throughout the country. Next slide. This is a project where wireless, as I suggested earlier, wireless is going to be on Navajo for some time. There's a tremendous interest in fiber to homes and fiber to campuses, all well needed, all well conceived. Wireless is, we expect, will continue to be a long-term need, only because, well, as Navajo community, like all others, is mobile. The idea of putting in a car, going someplace, meeting in a location, ad hoc to participate in a learning activity, building capacity across the San Juan Basin for the collection of data to remediate the challenges of fire and flooding, etc. Wireless is going to be with Navajo for some time. The idea is that there's a need to begin to better understand mobile Wi-Fi on Navajo, and in particular, look at how, in fact, coverage is identified and how data is made available. This may include the idea of building capacity and applications to better understand where coverage is located, work with ETCs to cover where appropriate, but also to better understand how mobile Wi-Fi may be implemented more thoughtfully on Navajo. The idea is that these agreements are in cases short-term, but nonetheless, we expect the need for mobile Wi-Fi's to be needed and used across Navajo for some time. This is a way to get connectivity out to students, faculty on demand. It's also a way to work with ETCs to build coverage areas. It's also a way to look at alternative and innovative ways to continue to use MiFi and cellular coverage, but maybe even use some of the EBS spectrum that Navajo expects to receive soon, to rethink the use of the spectrum for their own private LTE environments, and to think differently about how they might service and provide connectivity across the nation itself. At 22 million, that includes devices for students. I think every student on Navajo, or many of the students on Navajo, and also the experimentation resources necessary. Next slide. Rural healthcare is a critical issue long term. It's one of the examples Dr. Guy mentioned in terms of artificial intelligence and try to make sense of building what we might call smart diabetes tools to collect information to help provide the remediation, to help inform the prognosis. Healthcare itself is essential in that the difficulty, as we heard earlier, of flying somebody from one location to another, that problem also exists in getting basic data from homes to places where healthcare professionals can assist with the next steps of either moving a patient, informing a patient, getting them to an intermediary between those 30-mile distances between clinics. So rural healthcare is something that the higher education institutions do through their nursing programs. This is an example of building capacity around healthcare support through experimentation, building experimental ways in which nursing can be delivered across Navajo using technology. And more importantly, it's about the beginning of continuing to place the universities in the forefront of improving healthcare through their academic programs, through other forms of activity on Navajo itself. At 7 million, it includes for example, placement of portable towers where community healthcare experimentation could be done to deliver services to homes, services to communities where no coverage exists today and won't exist for a couple of years. It's about staging connectivity, and it's about putting healthcare at the forefront of the broadband initiatives on Navajo by the universities. Next slide. Speaking of innovation and experimentation, several of you perhaps have heard the presentations of Skylink and Starlink and Sky and others who are trying to solve problems using low orbit satellites and on movable airships. This is a statement of support from the universities that they're very interested in collaborating with these types of companies as they develop their products, as they implement systems, and how they intend to improve services. We know that Skies, for example, is doing their first test sites down in Roswell. We know the Starlink is available, although it's maybe not as well established as we had hoped. Nonetheless, the universities are interested, or Navajo Tech specifically through engineering, in working with these types of technologies to better understand, again, just with Wi-Fi, what is out there, what is possible for Navajo, and to inform direction, not only to organizations like NNTRC, but also to participate with other researchers around the country about how these alternative technologies are attempting to kind of reinvent this space. Again, wireless is going to be with Navajo for some time. These companies believe that this is a business model that works. Involving the universities in that engagement, in participating in the innovation of deployment, and also the experimentation of these types of technology, we think is a useful thing. At 22 million, this includes base funding for Navajo, for 3 companies, Sky, some initial investments in Starlink, and to look at free space optical as one of the options, as well with a startup out of Albuquerque as well. Next slide. We, as we watch and we participate in the E-rate projects as they get to using the 53 million to build out the schools and to chapter houses, there's an interest to argue the case for an overbuild. The ETCs are likely to overbuild. We would recommend that there be additional funds available to the universities and to others to actually participate in the overbuild opportunity. As the trenches open, the cost for the construction is mostly covered. Adding a conduit to the duct bank may be a useful strategy so that the ETC's costs don't go too high if they know there's competition in the duct bank. We think that this is a useful model to support not only the discussion about design for the underlying systems that result in delivering services to the schools and to the chapter houses, but this is also an opportunity for the universities to make the case for, again, underlying infrastructure to be put in place, and then therefore the addition of new fiber to those routes where the costs are significantly less because the expensive part has been done, is a very reasonable strategy for the universities and regional strategy for entities to participate in the redesign and re-examination of where broadband is going on Navajo. At $15 million, that's about 6 cents a foot for a certain number. We estimate for an additional conduit to be made available for the overbuild costs. And I suspect Doty's asking for something similar. Next slide. And then finally, because of the activity of the regional tribal cooperative set up by Kimball over at Santa Fe Indian School, she received $5 million to build capacity from Santa Fe down to Bernalillo. This is a second phase of this project to connect Bernalillo to Crown Point, of which then connecting through a new opportunity up through Bernalillo, Santa Fe, then back to Albuquerque, creates new opportunities for tribal entities and tribal organizations on Navajo to take advantage of a new physical route that's being funded by the state of New Mexico. Again, as you may have heard or concluded, that these fiber builds are not always just about connecting 1 or 2 places or to connect only the route, the institutions on the route. It's connecting them so that they can be useful in the strategic stability of the network, and therefore allowing the universities in Navajo, again, to never go down. The goal is once the systems are up and running, the proposal is that it never fails. Thank you for your time. I apologize for the length of the presentation, and I stand for questions.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, that concludes our presentation this afternoon. We appreciate the time that we're allowed to share some ideas and some needs that we have that we're bringing to your attention. We hope that we can work together to improve on some of these things that we brought forward today. We stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guy, and thank you very much to your team members on the line from NTU and for the breakdown on the presentation. It's really helpful for the staff too as well, for us to navigate through that information. So with that, colleagues, members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, good afternoon. Time is 1:35 p.m. I don't have anybody lined up in the queue at this time, but are there any questions for Dr. Guy regarding his presentation from Navajo Technical University? If there are none at this time, thank you very much, Dr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate that. And most importantly, if we have any follow-up questions, you'll be hearing from either Mr. Tommy Sosi or Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, Chief of Staff from the Speaker's office, to go ahead and get that follow-up information. But I think that's did an excellent presentation. So, but other than that, I look forward to talking to you soon. And thank you again for you and your team members presenting to the Naa'bik'iyati committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Great. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down on our agenda. We have an item next is our Navajo and Hopi families COVID-19 relief funds presentation. This is requested to be added on. So I don't know who is speaking on behalf of the organization, but if you want, whoever's the head speaker or the individual be delivering the presentation, the floor is yours at this time, and for you to go ahead and address the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker Damon. I'll be speaking on behalf of the organization.
Okay, great.
Can I share my screen, my presentation, or?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
And did we get this emailed over? I think we did.
Yeah.
I think we sent it out to colleagues. This presentation, you do have this. And if there's any more questions or comments, I think we can go ahead and move forward on that. But Ms. Branch, it's good seeing you again, and thank you very much for being here with us with the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Other than that, floor is yours.
Wonderful. Well, it's wonderful to see you as well, and members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Yet Shinatani, She Ethel Branchian She, Bink Batwani Nishle, Nakai Bashishi, Sitnajini Dashache, Nakai Dashanella, Akut Ego Dened Sa Nishle, Kinthana Kihashte, Sezizi Denasha. Ahiahet. As you know, I'm the interim director of Yeha Al Nido, which does business as the Navajo and Hopi Families COVID-19 Relief Fund. And it is an honor to be here with all of you. We're so excited to have this opportunity. So I'll go ahead and get started with my presentation. You guys should have copies of this as well as a one-pager that just gives a summary, basically of what the contents in the slide. And then we also have a slide deck of our team in action with lots of pictures. So you can see some of the activity we've had over the last 14 months. So first, I'm going to start out giving you guys a little background on who we are as an organization. And then I'm just going to jump right into recommendations, which our primary recommendation is establishment of an NGO resiliency fund. So in terms of who we are, our vision is to empower our people with the fortitude to overcome challenges through traditional principles of Tahoe, Ajit Ego, and K'e. And our mission is to build collective Diné power to exercise our inherent Diné right to self-determination, putting our cultural values and teachings at the forefront as we work to rebuild our community into a distinctly Diné society. And in a nutshell, if you boil us down to what we're trying to do, we're trying to make our community and nation stronger, pandemic proof, and climate change resilient. We see those as the two existential threats that our nation faces in the near term. And having gone through the experience of responding to COVID, we never want our communities to be this vulnerable again. And so we want to work hard to strengthen, rebuild, revitalize our communities. Here is a collection of photographs of most of our team members. So we started out as a Danette San-led grassroots movement. We focused on protecting our elders, protecting our most vulnerable, and really just making sure basic needs of our people were met, that they had water, food, PPE, the things that they needed to ensure the survival of our people in the face of this pandemic. And our work is rooted in our belief in the potential of our people and the hope that we have for our future as the Dene people. We embrace the teachings of Yothgai San. In times of crisis, we really don't look outside for answers. We don't look for someone to come save us. We really want to draw from within because we believe in the strength and potential of our people and our ability to develop the best solutions for our community because we know our community best. And we advocate for ourselves and work to make a difference for our children. That's the role we embraced in this work. That's why we did what we did and why we want to continue doing this work. We really have to protect this one place to be Dene for our elders, ourselves, our children, and our future generations. We have a legacy, proven track record as an organized, effective, and efficient responder. We were able to mobilize over 1,300 volunteers, mostly Navajo and Hopi volunteers. We were able to create 40 jobs in our response effort. We deployed more than $10 million in direct relief to our communities. We were able to serve an estimated 475,000 Navajo and Hopi tribal members. And that number is very high because some of our tribal members received services multiple times. For example, we had a family in Coal Mine Canyon that received our services, one of our kinship care packages, 15 times. We believe in being careful. We had very strict protocols in place. We wanted to do no harm in our community. Our role was to protect our community, not create risk or harm. And we also believe in transparency and accountability. So we provided regular reporting on our activities and expenditures to the HES committee, on social media, and in press releases. We're committed to making, again, our community's pandemic proof for the long term, and that's why we're here with you today. Actually, a little bit more on our background. We do understand that we're the largest grassroots movement on our nation, and we really value the trust and support that our people have put in us, and we take that very seriously. And we're going to work hard to preserve that and continue our work, the integrity in our work and our transparency. And I just want to acknowledge that this wasn't us alone. We had many partners. Dene College, for example, offered their facility and support, multiple facilities actually. We worked hand in hand with other NGOs. We also were able to support local grassroots relief efforts like Dene Hotso Strong, Defend Our Communities. It was really an all hands on deck effort. And we were happy to partner with many others to make sure that maximum services were being received by our people. And we plan to continue working as strong partners to others in the work that we seek to do to revitalize and rebuild our economy and our nation in the next few years, along with you all. We do see that this will continue to be an all hands on deck initiative and pursuit in order for us to truly claim victory over COVID and of course to be able to rebuild and revitalize our economy and our community. In addition to having strong partners, I do want to acknowledge that I have a very strong team. We have Jessica Stego on our board. She has a lot of economic development experience and expertise with her work with the Change Labs initiative. She also has her MBA. We have Dolores Greyeyes on our board. She has administrative leadership experience and also has a PhD in social justice, actually. We have Cassandra Bigay, the Deputy Director, who has nonprofit management experience and is currently pursuing her MBA, and is just wonderful at program design and implementation. We have Vanessa Tooley on our board, who has experience as a business owner. She has a strong business network that we were able to tap into in order to put in place the relationships we needed to move as much food as we were bringing up to the nation, which was $100,000 to $200,000 worth of food, water, and PPE every week from April 13th of last year until March 26th of this year. And then we have Teresa Hatathli Delmar, who just has an incredible network on the Navajo Nation, and is really good at being there to receive the in-kind donations, promoting in-kind donations, and getting those to where they're most needed. She did an incredible job of working with our mobilizing and working with our Seamsters to get over 200,000 items of PPE out to community members, and that's still ongoing work. And we have Mary Francis, who has absolutely great management skills. She's able to mobilize and lead a team in an effective and efficient and inspiring way. We have Shondine Herrera, who is on the ground in Monument Valley. She has strong connections to our community. She gives us the on-the-ground intelligence intel on what the community needs are and how those can be best met in a manner that's respectful of the human dignity of our people. And we have Wendy Edsity on our team, who has an education background and experience developing curriculum based on Indigenous teachings and principles. Through the work of our team in partnership with many others, we have become essentially a multi-million-dollar supply acquisition and logistics company. And we now have a proven track record of being able to handle a large budget with strong accountability. And we're also able to, we've demonstrated that we're able to focus resources to where they basically have the best bang for the buck. About 91% of our first year's expenditures went towards direct relief to our people. We had 5% that went towards capital equipment, and then 3% towards staffing, and the balance towards overhead costs. So we were extremely lean and efficient. And we've been recognized for our excellence and success. We were one of GoFundMe's top 5 fundraisers for 2020. And that's really, the American people and the world demonstrating their love for our people, and also their confidence in our group's ability to get relief where it needed to be received. We were identified by Bill Gates as one of the 7 unsung heroes of the pandemic. Mackenzie Scott, heiress to the Amazon funding, selected us for funding based on our effective management and impact of our work. And we've been recognized by our own community in our selection as the 2021 Community Service and Leadership Awardee by Dene Studies Conference Board. And then in terms of, recommendations, go ahead and dive into that. We really, I think I want to just talk about our vision, right? We want to build a new and exciting future for our people as we revitalize and rebuild. We're at this really important moment. We've never had this infusion of capital in Indian country before, and certainly not to the Navajo Nation. We want to make sure that there's a higher standard of living for our people. We want local jobs, food security, easy access to clean drinking water for our people and their animals. We want to see access to electricity in every home, and easy broadband access for our people, and a future where our culture and our language aren't threatened and are instead revitalized and strengthened. So that's kind of what inspired our proposal. In terms of the future we imagine, it's really a nation, right? A Navajo nation. It's a future where our language and our culture fluency is available for everyone living on our nation, our children, our professionals, whether they're Navajo or not, And there's, the possibility for a naturalization process. So when people cross the line, it already feels like you're entering a different country. And there are some benefits and drawbacks to that. But really defining that in terms of the language that people hear and the culture that they see being practiced. We also imagine a future where our people are empowered to fulfill any dream that they have for themselves, where families are able to remain intact and strong and don't have to be broken up by parents seeking off-reservation jobs to provide for their children. We want our people to be able to convert their land into capital so they're empowered to provide for their own needs and build wealth. We want to see a nation where we're producing and consuming our own foods and products, where we have a strong internal economy and even the possibility for an export economy. We want to see a Dineta where our people are following the traditional values and practices and can provide for their family's economic well-being by doing so. And of course, we want to see homes where all of our people are warm, safe, they have piped access to clean drinking water, their homes are electrified, and they have seamless communication access to the outside world, and their homes are durable in the face of climate change. So I'm going to walk through the different aspects of this proposal and kind of identify the problem, the proposed solution, and the benefits to that particular solution. In terms of COVID response, we are not on the other side of this pandemic yet. The United States has done a good job of getting on top of the pandemic. Vaccination rates are pretty good. Navajo vaccination rates are incredible. But this is still a global pandemic and new variants are arising. Things are really bad now in the Southern Hemisphere. We know what's happening in India with the news reporting. And the virus is going to continue adapting as it's moving from person to person. So the COVID that we see in the fall may be very different from the COVID that we've seen so far here in the United States. And so we need to be ready for that. People are talking about COVID like it's going to be similar to the flu, right? Where you have a vaccine every year, and every year it's different, and the vaccine doesn't fully protect against it. And so, in the first few years of a world in which COVID is present, we want to make sure that our people are maximally prepared. And so we think that COVID relief needs to continue to happen. We've already lost too many Dene people to this. And another piece of COVID relief, we provide food in addition to PPE, and food insecurity is at an all-time high right now. Many of our people remain out of work. They're awaiting the opportunity to rejoin the workforce or resume their business activities, but we're not there yet. According to a 2014 article in the Journal of Public Health Nutrition, 77% of our people experience food insecurity, even in the best times. That was before the closure of NGS and the loss of those jobs. And that was before the COVID closures and the loss of employment through that. So right now, we're at more than 77% food insecurity in our community. And so we do think it's important to continue providing food boxes that include PPE to our people so that we can get through this vulnerable time, at least through the end of this year. And hopefully it wouldn't need to continue, but there's a possibility that it may need to continue for the next few years. And so we would encourage that funding be set aside for that purpose if it is needed. And then of course, there's the need to continue providing easily and widely available PPE. And that the purpose of that would be to keep our curve flat and prepare for new waves of COVID. So our people are equipped with the things that they need to protect themselves if we have to go into another intense lockdown situation. And then, hand washing stations are incredibly important. We have so many of our households that don't have running water. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. But making sure that households that don't have piped water have access to easy opportunities to washing their hands. There's a report that was issued recently, was highlighted in, I believe it was February of this year in the Bulletin magazine. That was saying that findings of vulnerability to COVID were such that in homes that don't have running water, that was a determinative factor in the household getting COVID. So our households that don't have running water are at a much higher risk of contracting COVID. So one of our goals is to put hand washing stations in every one of those homes. And so we think that work needs to continue and be done. And that will have benefits that extend beyond COVID. It will help with prevention of transmission of other communicable diseases like the flu and colds. So there are many benefits to that. We also would like to have more heating assistance to our elders. We were able to help 3,000 households this year with elder heating assistance. And there are opportunities. Forest Service is very happy to give wood to us free of cost. Intech has been very generous in terms of providing coal. And so we would like to be able to continue doing that work. And then public health education, that is so important. We have 42 new cases of COVID identified this week, and that's only Wednesday here on the Navajo Nation. And those cases didn't need to happen if we were at 100% vaccination. The people that we continue to lose, that doesn't need to happen if everyone would get vaccinated. So we are working on a pro-vaccine campaign right now, but we are at the end of our COVID relief budget as we transition to resiliency-based work. So it'd be very helpful to have additional funding to make for a very strong campaign and make sure that our community does get to 100% vaccination, so we don't lose one more Navajo life to this virus. And then, of course, there's the public health education associated with continuing to ensure that our people are taking preventative measures with respect to COVID. Our people have done such an incredible job, and I'm thankful to all of you for the leadership that you showed in bringing awareness to our community and encouraging our community to change behaviors in order to combat the virus. I see people wearing masks when they travel off reservation. Our people are very careful. And they're using the PPE that we provide, but it's a matter of making sure that those practices continue and people understand, what variants are and why it's important to continue taking these measures, particularly as we kind of see what happens with COVID in the next year to year and a half. We definitely don't want to lose any of the gains that we've made in terms of education and behavioral changes in our community. And the benefits, of course, of continued COVID response is making sure our people are taken care of and they have food and water, the basic things that they need to weather this very difficult time. We began with a fragile economy, and we were not ready. Nobody in this country or this world was ready for COVID, and it's hit our families very hard. So making sure that families are still getting the nutrition that they need, and then also with the vaccination effort, making sure that no additional loss of life occurs, no additional loss of language and culture occurs. And then, of course, ensuring readiness in the face of additional waves so that we're not caught off guard again. And for this proposal, for this component, we're recommending investment of $50 million. And we were able to spend $10 million in direct relief alone in our first year of operation. And so we feel like if there was additional support, we could have additional teams and spread this far and wide, and then have the ability to focus those resources if they're needed for more than just 1 year. And then in terms of the Language and Culture Institute recommendation, the problem there, of course, is that in the wake of COVID, we have experienced loss of many elders, and along with them, loss of fluency levels in our community and cultural knowledge. And the solution that we're recommending, again, to make sure our community is never caught off guard like this again, is the development of language and culture institutes. and a focused and intentional approach to this. There are lots of communities in this country that work hard to preserve their culture. They have after school programs, they have summer programs, or other tribes that have summer programs for their youth where they're teaching them language and cultural knowledge. These are things that we should be doing as well. We need to record the stories of our elders, develop our own history based on the stories of our own people. We need to develop these after-school programs and summer programs for our youth, especially programs that will get our youth out on the land and restore their relationship with Dineta. And then we need an institution that will house this information, that will compile it, preserve it, and prepare it for transmission to the broader population through development of materials, books, curriculum, programming. This could be, this institute could be a place where our newly elected public officials go to improve their language fluency and their cultural knowledge. It could be a place where new employees to the Navajo Nation could be sent for the same purpose of developing fluency and learning about our culture and our traditions. And it also could be a way for our young people who are returning home from college or graduate school, or even our professionals who want to come home and want to be reimmersed in all of that. Again, similar to a naturalization process. The benefits of this, of course, is fluency for our entire community, access to cultural knowledge by everyone in our community, and preservation for the long term of our language and our culture. And of course, the continuation of our nation as a place to be Diné. And for this, we recommend initial investment of $20 million. For the community center component, and this is actually, we have funds budgeted for this work on a small scale to launch our initial community center. But there's a need for these in more than one community on Navajo Nation. And so in terms of the components of the community center, I'm going to walk you through many of those right now. But first, the problem we're trying to address with the community centers is the lack of a foundation for our local economy. We don't have a strong enough small business economy. We don't have enough NGO activities, problem solvers who are going in and making our communities better. And so the solution would be these community centers that operate as hubs of innovation and empowerment that are fueled by Diné dreams and talents. One function of this is to serve as an access point and a point of sale opportunity for our people. We would include vendor marketplaces that could take the shape of an indoor flea market or a modern day trading post where we're buying from Navajo vendors and selling to the tourists and locals. There's the opportunity for a food market. We're hoping to establish a local farmers market in these community centers where we're buying from our Diné farmers and ranchers and getting that fresh, healthy food to our people directly, as well as to the tourists, and creating demand and a market for our local growers and ranchers. And the difficulty in getting a business site on Navajo is legendary, I would say. So we want to break down some of those barriers and put in place some brick and mortar sites, some business sites, like have a restaurant inside the community center, a coffee shop, an internet cafe, and then we also want to make sure that our people have access to supportive and inspiring resources, right? And so that's where the library comes in terms of inspiring our youth. That also has a cultural and language preservation component, making books available to our children that are written in our own language by our own people. And then in terms of entrepreneurs and people who want to start NGOs, social entrepreneurs and small business entrepreneurs, we want to make available to them a shared workspace. So if they need like a quiet space to do some work, they would have that available to reserve. A business center where they would have access to machines that they need to be able to do their work at a higher level, like Xerox machines, high-speed printers, software that they may not have on their own devices, fax machines, things of that nature. We also want to make available to these folks conference rooms where they can have professional meetings. That could also be a space for clubs to have meetings, or a knitting group to get together and do activities. We just really want to break down barriers to communal activities and innovation at the local level. We also want to have a classroom space where curriculum can be delivered for any number of purposes. It could be how to raise your livestock better, through partnerships with organizations like 4-H or FFA, could be delivering that curriculum to our children locally. And then, providing families access to information like how to develop your personal budget. For entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, can connect them with curriculum on how to do a business plan, how to develop a budget for your business. And then the final piece, which has many different functions, is the community garden, where we're trying to build excitement locally for folks to eat fresh foods, to grow their own garden, learn the skills that they need to develop their own family gardens, and have that food security. So if supply chain systems are interrupted in the future, whether it's due to a future pandemic or to climate change related disasters, our people have security in having food that they're growing in their own garden. One thing that I don't list here is we also plan to support businesses and locals with a package and mail receiving facility, so that folks can, get their mail locally. There's a shortage of mail PO boxes on Navajo Nation, and many complications associated with, how many last names can be, or how many names can be associated with the PO box. And so this would be breaking down some of those barriers and making sure that business owners have easy access to a local mailbox and a way to receive packages, so they can purchase things through the internet and receive them at lower cost, rather than having to spend money to drive off reservation to buy the things that they need. And then it also gives them the ability to ship things. And so have a clientele or a consumer base that's much broader than the local consumer base. So in terms of the benefits of this recommendation, this would help build the support network for innovation, entrepreneurship, and our economy, local economy. This would support growth of jobs and development of jobs that honor the skills, talents, and desires of our people, and hopefully usher in jobs that inspire our people and reinforce their ownership of our nation. The next recommendation is grassroots summits. We think it's really important to remain connected to the true wants and needs of our people. One problem that we see that is associated with this solution or that gives the rise to this solution is that for too long we've been in a defensive position, and we really need to go on the offense, develop our own vision and implement that, and define for ourselves our destiny, rather than reacting to what's being brought to us from the outside or imposed on us from the outside. And of course, the solution is to listen to our people and inspire their ownership and the development of a shared vision for our future as a nation. And we can ask the public these things, host these local conversations, like, what's the vision our people have for our nation? Where do they think resources would be best placed to improve water and electricity access? What are their thoughts on the future development of our nation? Where do they think development should happen? Should we have public spaces, develop public lands? What are their thoughts on a land tenure system that respects traditional conceptions of land rights and that can protect the boundaries of their land holdings and allow them to convert excess land holdings into wealth that they can use to start a business or improve and professionalize their farming, grazing, and herding operations? And how do we get folks, our community, our nation in alignment when it comes to food security, water access, electrification, and economic development. These summits can help make that happen, bring people's minds together and share ideas, cross-pollinate ideas. And the benefit of that, of course, is a happier, more inspiring environment for our people and hopefully prosperity for our people as we move towards a shared vision. For this, we were recommending an investment of $5 million. And then for food access, of course, the core of the work that we've been doing has been food access related. And so I've learned a lot about food insecurity on Navajo Nation. The 2014 Diné Policy Institute identified that all of Navajo Nation is designated as a food desert by USDA, which, that's unacceptable, right? And of course, I learned that 77% of our families experience food insecurity, even in the best of times. And then more than half of our people, 51% of our people, are buying their food off reservation, and they're citing things like more selection of fruits and vegetables, better quality fruits and vegetables and meats. And on average, our people are traveling 90 minutes to purchase their food. And the gas that's associated with that is an additional cost to them. People aren't thinking like that's adding a tax to their food, right? Other people aren't paying as much for their food as we are because they're not paying for gas to travel 90 miles or 90 minutes to get that food. So the solution we would propose is more local food markets, like these farmers markets in the community centers, or even just standalone food markets and roadside stands where people can buy fresh fruits and veggies directly from the grower, and more growing of our food at home, so that people have that available immediately. And then investment in our food growing infrastructure. We have these aged irrigation systems. We don't have a place where meat can be processed on Navajo Nation, even though we have lots of meat that is raised here and sold here. So building that infrastructure, the food supply infrastructure locally, I think is very important. And also the training for our people to help them professionalize their already robust food production activities. There's such a huge opportunity to grow our own food, and also to export our food, because America as a whole is becoming more and more urbanized, and there is a farmer shortage in this country. And Navajo farmers could fill that void. We could be producing food to feed our own people as well as this entire country. We have the potential to flip the supply chain flow, and I'd love to see us do that. The benefits, of course, would be jobs for our people, and jobs that they love, that they're already doing. And then, of course, economic development of the local economy, and even an export economy. For the food access component, we recommend an initial investment of $50 million. And then for water access, there, of course, we know the problem. A huge sector of our society, our citizenry, lacks access to clean drinking water and water for their livestock and agricultural activities. US EPA is reporting that 15 to 18% of our people lack running water. The nation has for a long time reported that about a third of our people lack running water. And what we've found in our data from our constituents is that the problem may actually be worse. It's not a broad, 1/3 of our community across the board. There are some communities that are struggling more so than others. For example, in Cameron, 24 of the 35 households that requested our help lack running water. That's 69% of our constituents in that community that lack running water. In Forest Lake, 52 out of 82 households are that have requested our assistance lack running water. That's 63%. And we have other numbers that exceed 50%. Probably our strongest indicator is from Oljeto, where 248 of 518 households lack running water. That's 48% of that community. And if we use the 2010 census, We estimate there, and the average household size on Navajo Nation of 4, we estimate there are 614 households in Old Jato, and we have 518 of them that have asked for our assistance, which means that we have 84% of households reporting for Old Jato, and out of that, 84%, for more than, well, almost half, 48% of them are saying that they lack running water. So we do have concerns that the lack of running water in our community is much greater than what others are reporting. And so we really need to make sure that that gap is closed. And so the solution, of course, is to empower grassroots NGOs to get water to our people in the way our people want to access that water. That might take the form of well drilling, again, irrigation infrastructure. I know the nation has incredible ambitions for building out infrastructure to our people. So many people will benefit from that, and these numbers will change in the next few years. But there will still be people who live in really remote areas that are not going to benefit the same as other communities where households are located closer together. And so we want to make sure those people don't get left behind. So that we want to make sure that in 3 years, we don't still have Old Jato having 48% of their community lacking access to running water. So that's why we would recommend partnering with NGOs to help fill those gaps and connecting our people, even in the most remote areas, with access to water. In terms of housing refurbishment, in terms of the problem with housing, well, I don't need to say more than former Bennett Freeze area, right? We have that, and then we have aged houses that people have built themselves, grandparents or great-grandparents built. Our elders are still living in those homes. They're in serious need of weatherization, refurbishment, to modernize them and make them climate change resilient. It's especially important to have these homes modernized in a way, again, where they have access to running water, but also electricity. Because in the face of COVID, we sought to provide food boxes that would give people fresh, healthy food enough to last them for 2 weeks. But that was not helpful if a family didn't have electricity in their home and refrigeration, right? So it's really important that we make sure people have refrigeration in their homes so they can preserve their foods and be consuming healthy, fresh foods. In the face of COVID, without a refrigerator, people were having to still go into town to buy ice in order to keep their food cold and fresh. And then, some of our elders are on medication that are required to be at particular temperatures. So as climate change intensifies and drought conditions worsen, it's especially important that we make sure that our elders, especially in our homes, have access to electricity and air conditioning, fans, refrigeration for their food and their medicine. And again, we've looked at the statistics. We know what the general statistics are, with 30% of our population lacking electricity in the home. And then again, our data shows a slightly different story for local communities. Again, with Cameron, 51% of our constituents in Cameron report that they lack access to electricity. In Manuelito, 40% of our constituents say they don't have access to electricity. In Navajo Mountain, 37% of our constituents identify that they don't have access to electricity. So there are some communities that are hit worse, that face greater challenges in electrification in their homes. And so we want to make sure that there's funding available to close that gap. And there are some really incredible NGOs that are doing electrification efforts that can help facilitate that. They know where the need is, and they know what resources are best suited to meeting those needs. Many of them are led by our own people. So of course, the solution in terms of housing, building habitable homes, basically modernizing homes, would be to undertake this weatherization process, refurbishing homes, electrifying those homes, possibly rebuilding some homes. And there's some really incredible sustainable home models out there. Some of them are designed for Navajo specifically, and have incredible things like water catchments, solar attached to them, water filtration systems and recycling systems, as well as a built-in infrastructure for gardening at the household level. So we'd love to see more of those in our communities. The benefits of this, of course, is habitable homes for our people for the long term, comfortable homes for our elders, and homes that our young people and our innovators, our professionals will want to return to and raise their families in. And this, bringing more of our people home can lead to a transformation in the demographics of our community. Right now we have a lot of people who work for government, not as many entrepreneurs, although there are a lot of really incredible entrepreneurs in our community. But there's not a lot of private industry in our community. So if we give people who are in those types of jobs an opportunity to come home, they can bring jobs with them. And so for this component, we recommend an investment of $50 million as well. And the final piece of what we propose this fund be made available for is broadband access. So we just heard the great presentation by NTU relating to broadband. And so, there's a lack of access in our community, and there's a continued widening of the digital and now educational divide as our people had to turn to broadband and the internet to continue their education as young people. It was really hard to find statistics on broadband access on Navajo, I will say, but we were able to identify in our research that the FCC reports that only 4% of our residents have wired access to the broadband internet, and 60%, Department of Commerce identifies that 60% of our homes don't have access to landline telephones, which of course impacts their ability to access the internet. So in terms of a solution, there are these incredible efforts by others that are underway to bring broadband to our community, bring greater internet access. But in the short term, in the immediate term, we want to make sure that our people have access right away, right? And there are local boosters that can be brought in to facilitate that. So we like to focus on that, making sure that our people have in many, many different areas, streaming access to the internet. And then we also want to be working on developing, helping local communities develop access to or applications to USDA to access grant funding to bring infrastructure to local communities, so that this resource can be spread as far and wide as possible for our people. And of course, the benefits to that is closing these widening gaps, making sure our young people have access to educational material, making sure our entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs have access to web-based markets, and the ability to grow their businesses and their revenues. For this component, we're recommending an investment of $25 million. And so that brings me to the close of our presentation. This is kind of the summary, this last slide summary of the request. And again, just to be clear, this isn't a request just for our organization. There are other really incredible NGOs doing amazing work on Navajo Nation in all of these different areas. We would want these funds to be made available to all of them to apply, because again, this is all hands on deck. And there's so much work to be done. There's a finite period in which these funds need to be expended, and there are needs everywhere. In the COVID response, we all know Navajo is geographically huge, but doing the COVID response really underscored how many pockets and far reaches there are in our community. And so it really does take the entire community responding. So to make sure that there are no gaps, no one gets left behind in this process. So we would recommend a team effort, establishment of this fund available to any NGO, and of course with oversight, management and oversight by a Navajo Nation governmental entity. And each organization would make the case for receiving these funds and would receive essentially grant funding, and would have accountability to that oversight entity and management entity. So Ahiha Shinatani, I thank you for your time and your interest. And I'm happy to take any questions at this point.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Branch, and thank you very much, present before the Naa'bik'iyati committee this afternoon. Hi, colleagues, we've heard from Ms. Branch and Navajo Hopi Family COVID-19 relief funds. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Are there any questions at this time?
Speaker, I have a question.
On so go ahead, boss. What's yours?
Ms. Branch, good to hear your voice again. Your presentation to Naa'bik'iyati committee. And first of all, I guess I just would like to indicate that this is express my gratitude and my thanks for your process to try to help many of our Navajo people through the pandemic, as the pandemic started in March of 2020. And definitely you have reached many families out there, out in the Navajo Nation. And you have also impact lives to Navajo citizens that are out there. And you've seen the actual people who were at need out in the grassroots area with your own eyes. And I know you heard me speak on the council floor many times prior in 23rd Council, indicating that the world only revolves around Window Rock. And a lot of the revenues that the Navajo Nation appropriates through, whether it's through the appropriation of the budget year, fiscal year budget year, the comprehensive budget, or UUFB. A lot of the resources that are appropriated don't reach our people out there, which your entity there, Navajo Hopi coalition there, that went to try to help Navajo families during these hard times. Window Rock really needs to wake up and try to get the resources out directly to the Navajo citizens who are really hurting. And I don't think that they don't understand. You talked about housing. You talked about impacts of water development. You talked about impacts of the need for solar. You talked about the need of many other needs at the local level on the nation. And you know, our executive branch really needs to get out and look at how our Navajo people really need the help out there. And I'm glad that you brought and shed light to the Naa'bik'iyati a lot of what you spoke to, many enterprises, many tribal operations, such as DD, community development, and other tribal entities have brought the same need assessment to this very body of the Navajo Nation Council. And just looking at how our tribal program utilized and spent some of the COVID dollars, and which at the end of the cycle, they had to revert some of the dollars back to the hardship account because some of these dollars were not utilized. One was under the former division director of General Services. We appropriated $10 million to try to assess tribal buildings and clean them, sanitize them, and try to provide a safe work environment. But that program under that division director didn't spend one dime. We appropriated $10 million, and the whole $10 million was appropriated into redirected to the hardship account. But as we look at our third-party entities that try to help our Navajo citizens, I think it's time that leadership really look at proposals like this. Is our tribal enterprise really doing their job, such as NTUA, such as other enterprises that provide these services? You spoke about housing. We get about $69 million in HUD dollars, and what in the world is NHA doing? And it really baffles me. We're in a housing crisis, and you have families resorting to G-sheds. Yes, that's the new norm for today. And our enterprise there, such as NHA, is not making a dent in providing an affordable housing for Navajo citizens. But yet, leadership is pressured. How come you're not doing anything about housing? I just got a text from a constituent from former Benefree, where NHA reached out to them and said, "Oh, we're gonna assess your home for some Benefree's funding." And he just texted me today. He told me that NHA told him, "We don't know what you're talking about." There's something wrong in that office that's supposed to provide housing for our Navajo citizens, and such as other programs, such as home improvement programs and other alternative means to provide the general necessities for homes for our Navajo citizens. It don't have to be a mansion. It'd be a one structure hogan with a bathroom addition with one room on there. That's all they need. But yet, the bottleneck is in Window Rock. And really, really appreciate your report. And with this, I really, really think that your proposal is something that leadership should really look at and consider. Because entities that are within the Navajo Nation in our enterprises and that are supposed to provide these services are not providing that, such as water, electricity. People have to jump through hoops. We waive right-of-way fees and all these things for our enterprises. But yet, you have data out there for communities such as Cameron, the Bay. The people that live on top of Gray Mountain don't have running water, don't have electricity, and they'll never get it in their lifetime because they are living on limestone. When you come from a construction background, digging in limestone is hard and expensive. I really appreciate your report to this body, and I look forward to move forward to try to look at and look into your report where we could try to infuse some money. Maybe we can take some money from NTUA and redirect it towards your program so that we could try to provide the basic needs of solar to our Navajo citizens. Oh, now we're getting a third party entities wanting to provide these services, but we have multi-million-dollar enterprises that are there, but they are not moving. We have NECA, we have NTUA. Late I'm only one person on this out of 24. بدنا جو باين زنكي يا يا ناسنا يو أصولي أكونده يego هاشين تبشين جاي هلولا عنده هجو يego نه بتشنده هاي إيكي يego نخا بتخان نادو نخا أهدت شو إن ليني بيش ما أنش هستي هذه هذا خطون نيشات بتديني أني يال كدو هذه شدادي نيجي شدادي ديت I believe that I think it's time to maybe look at the third parties now, because the Navajo Nation enterprises who are supposed to step up to the plate right now. Thank you very much, Speaker, and go back on mute.
Go ahead, Honorable Delegate. So, thank you.
Star 6 speaker, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That colleagues, is any other further comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes, Honorable Brown, go ahead. And then I'll go back to the French after that. Honorable Brown, for the floor is yours.
Speaker, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Beshman. Thank you, Craigie, Ms. Branch, for your work with your team with Navajo Hopi COVID relief. You have demonstrated with your team that you can help our Navajo people, and you have brought a lot of Sihudinson back to our people, bringing hope and showing the leadership here that you're giving a report to, that you can help people, that you can, especially in the time of the pandemic. So on behalf of leadership and also my community, I have seen firsthand, especially with the Denahutso Strong group, and they've done a tremendous job. I know that
I've met Dre and just the phone conversations with our very own sous chef, Mr. Brian Yazzie, and all the other volunteers, even the 2 nurses from Denhoutso who have been taking time off and helping our people. So thank you for that. And when I hear back from the community members, majority of them are very appreciative of the effort and being out there. But with that, I wanted to go and ask on, I see that you did mention in your presentation that you're capable of taking care of the finances. And I think that's one of the biggest parts from the Navajo Nation Council, and then also sitting on the Budget and Finance Committee, that we're constantly looking at chapters, budgets, audit reports, etc. And that's something the nation will always look at is the finances of the 501c3 and with your organization. I completely support your request for these fundings from ARPA, if that's the big ask right here. And I think of all people, you're very, very well aware, and you have a great team that you have introduced also. And I support in any efforts. And I think one of the big questions I have is with the funding, I believe you said $50 million. Would these fundings be used for to pay the employees that you have? And I support that as well. That's some of the big questions that I hear from constituents, leaderships, and other individuals as well using Navajo money. But I think of all organizations, again, your organization with all your helping Navajo, that's how this funding was created, and that's part of the Navajo Hopi COVID relief organization, the help that you have with the campaign on getting people to vote and also to be counted in the census. So I think that there's a double or maybe triple layer of why Navajo Nation leadership should support this organization in giving funding. I'm saying this because first, as enrolled members with Navajo, because of you and the people you help and also the people you have employed, our Navajo, our very own people, it's because of them that we've got these fundings also. And I hope that can resonate through the decision from Navajo on providing the finances that this organization, that your organization is requesting. You have demonstrated that. And the biggest question I have is in that financial part. And the next thing to that would be, what is the process on an audit? And I think that would really make the guidelines that we have to abide by from the U.S. Treasury, that we have to show that your organization is financially sound. I know that this last year was the first year. What would that look like moving forward? So we are in compliance with the federal guidelines, the guidelines from leadership from Washington, D.C. Again, and then however way that we can help you. And I think this would be an ask also through Navajo Nation OMB and Controller's Office, that this organization is, if we can have the support and the help from these two departments, and also from the Budget and Finance Committee, and then of course in the whole Navajo Nation Council, and this proposal that's being requested at this time. And I support the efforts on this initiative just because I've seen it, and I continue to see it. You know, when I go to Kayenta Bashes, I've met some of your young Navajo individuals that are giving out the PPEs. I've expressed my appreciation to them as well, and then our Kayenta Center there as well. So again, And I've met with some of the individuals. I'm hearing from Miss Atafi as well as Cassandra, Miss Gray Eyes, everyone doing a really good job, including the boots on the ground. So in our position, I try my best to accommodate some of your ask for freezers. And I think that would be going forward, maybe another, I'm looking at your list here, and then looking at the Navajo language part of it, I'm really interested in how you can also continue to collaborate with some of the Navajo language schools with our youth, and also some of the Indian walk-in centers like in Phoenix are very active on teaching our language and our way of life. And of course, the two higher education, the College and Navajo Technical University. Sitting on the Nebazad subcommittee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I'm anxious to hear what your plans, the packet that you might bring. Maybe we can invite you to our next, the Nebazad subcommittee meeting. And I'm really interested in how we can collaborate with Dodie, if that need be, whoever. We're going to be looking high and low on creative, innovative ways, and you certainly demonstrated your creativity in this. So I'm very proud that our very own Navajo people have shown their leadership, and Ishi with tremendous prayers, and will continue. I know this past weekend prayers were said for all of you, for all our people, for the whole nation. I know that Speaker, other leadership, and Hatafis, they'll continue to do that while you, all of you, do your part. And however way we stand with you to support you. And you have demonstrated to all the funders across the world, the globe, that this work has been done and is still going on. So again, I'm here on standby. What is the next steps? What is the next steps for this to ensure that you are getting the funding and that we can help you from the nation and with these division directors? So we are stretched really thin across Navajo. So again, on behalf of our people, Speaker, yeah.
Honorable Speaker, is it okay to proceed?
Yep, there it is. Sorry. With that, Ms. Branch, I thought I was waiting for you. Go ahead. Ms. Branch, the floor is yours for a response to Honorable Brown on bottom. So.
Thank you. I had Honorable Delegate Brown for your comments and your questions. I seem to have an echo. Hopefully you guys aren't hearing an echo.
No, we're good.
Okay. Perfect. In response to delegates, so I would just say, we are happy to be a resource and to help our community. We have been able to mobilize very quickly and move resources to our people very quickly. That may just be, because we're a nonprofit, right? We don't have the same framework as a governmental entity or an enterprise, and so we can move a little faster. So we're happy to play a role in getting resources to our people more quickly. It's a dire situation for many of our people, and those needs need to be met as quickly as possible. And we need to be stretching dollars as far as they can go. The comment you made earlier that our people don't need mansions; they just need to have habitable homes. Really, you didn't say that quite exactly, but they need to have comfortable homes and weather resistant homes. And that really resonated with me. we just need to make sure that, I mean, the needs are there and they have been tremendous for a very long time. And we need to make sure people are getting the help that they need. So thank you for sharing that. That really resonated with me. And I'm thankful for the support you indicated. And absolutely, I think we need to be focusing on some of these communities that are facing disproportionate lack of access to resources. And we really need to have a truer sense for the data in our communities as well. So we know which of the communities need the focused response. So I'm really interested in that component as well. And then in response to Delegate Brown, financial accountability is very important to us as well. We began this work, funded with crowdfunding through GoFundMe. And so we have accountability to those donors to use the money the way we said we were going to use it. So we've been very mindful of that. We've been very careful. We have a 501c3 fiscal sponsor, which is actually also a law firm that represents nonprofits, and they represent us as well. And then we also have, we selected accountants relatively early on who specialize in nonprofit accounting. So they've helped us develop our books and are, helping us refine our policies. In terms of an audit, that's something I would want to talk to them on how to facilitate, but that's something we would welcome, absolutely, to make sure that we're complying with federal guidelines. Again, we have experience complying with requirements, whether it was through GoFundMe or to foundations that provided support to us. We have reporting requirements to them. We have to do the accounting, show them exactly how we utilize their funding. And of course, we've just sort of in general tried to be as thrifty as possible, making sure that we're doing really fast response, but also stretching the dollars as far as they can go, trying to make sure we're getting the best pricing on things, trying to buy in bulk. And then also expending the least amount, making sure we're only buying the capital resources that we need, those sorts of things. So financial accountability and integrity is really important to us, especially because we know the need is so great and we need to make sure that we're helping as many people as possible in a quality way. And then in terms of our ask, we are asking for the development of a resiliency fund that ourselves and other nonprofits can apply to do all of this work. There's a lot of really incredible NGO activity on Navajo Nation, and a lot of those groups work in geographically specific areas, and they've been working with their communities for a very long time, and they know the direct needs of the people in those communities. So we would really want, there's so much work to be done in the next few years. And so we want this to be a team effort. And so we'd want other NGOs to be taking part in this as well. And so we are proposing a large fund be developed, a $300 million fund. And we proposed allocating that fund in different ways for specific things like water access, electricity, housing refurbishment, broadband access. So that's kind of what we're asking for. For the continued COVID relief, we are asking for $50 million to be reserved for that. We definitely see ourselves as being the primary applicant for that, but there are other groups that are doing COVID relief in our communities. For example, on Far Eastern Navajo, there's a relief effort there. And we personally didn't really have the geographic reach. We haven't had that really until recently to reach that community. We could certainly benefit from having specific relief efforts and teams in our satellite reservations. So again, we just want to make sure the work is getting done and the resources are getting to our people. And so in terms of Navajo language, absolutely, we would love to talk to you more about that. And again, collaborating with others will be key. Our nation developed the premier Indigenous language immersion program at Rough Rock Community School with Mr. Russell's father and family involvement. And that became a model for Kamehameha School, which is currently the model Indigenous language immersion program in Hawaii. And we need to reclaim that role. And so, working with the schools is really important in being able to do that. Rough Rock Community School is an incredible way, an institution for delivery and development of that type of a program. I love what you said about, Phoenix community having access to these resources. Again, that's what other groups are doing. Korean groups, Jewish groups, I mean, they have after school programs. Their kids finish school and then they go to their language and culture instruction, right? We could be doing something like that. And we don't have to be limited geographically in that work. We can be making that accessible to all of our people. In terms of the colleges, I'm familiar with some of the work that Diné College is doing, like the summer immersion camps, and it's incredible work. And we would love to be able to work in collaboration with them and bring those camps to other communities so that more of our people have access to those resources, more of our young people have access to that. So yes, absolutely, working in collaboration on this challenge, I think is a good way to go. And that also prevents duplication of services, which means that the dollars are going further in terms of providing maximum service. So we're strong believers in that. In terms of next steps, I think, developing the fund would be really great. I am developing a draft fund management plan for it, but we'd love to get some feedback in terms of the contours, the specific details of that. But we have started a conversation with other NGOs, particularly ones working in the food and water security space. And we've talked to them about the incredible work they're doing. And so, continuing those discussions and partnerships, and we're trying to develop a shared vision among the NGOs. So we're all kind of moving in the same direction. And I think we are already, just naturally, but kind of tightening that up a little bit and getting some more feedback from the people in terms of making sure that this vision aligns with the needs and desires of our people is an important component. And we're hoping to have a summit that initiates that process. But establishing the fund and making that available for NGOs to apply right away, I think is the next step in this process. Any additional questions?
Yes, let me go ahead and turn it over to Honorable Elmer Begay.
You are unmuted.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, Don. Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, the other people that are on the line, then also looking at that, thank you for the presentation from Navajo Hopi COVID-19 organization, families, Navajo Hopi families, COVID-19 relief funds. My question is regarding the funding that's been, requesting for to help the Navajo Nation, to help the Navajo people. So I guess you can say that emerging from the pandemic, which the Navajo Nation went through it and the whole Navajo entire nation went through that, the Navajo Nation. And I believe that that's what happened to the Hopi too. And this entirely went, the pandemic affected throughout the global. Ana who's on there, Hasim Sakadeyai, Ataho Arts Linko. It's Ado, Anai States Lin, people that are loved ones that we lost. Through that, we're getting this funding. They call it American Rescue Plan. So this is a plan how we can recover ourselves to get out of this, to get back to where we were with action. But as far as we know, that living on the Navajo Nation for so long, for all my lifetime, I guess I could say that. I'm still here. Because through that, I could see that I don't think anybody would tell me that this is what is needed. I thought they're already requesting for their need. So with that, looking at your proposal here, that one part of it that we know that we express our appreciation is that the Navajo Hopi Family Relief, COVID relief funds that was used here is to give us some food and other essential items that was given to us for the southwest part of the reservation. To organize yourself like that, the kaho. And I believe that my sister is part of it, Apple Branch, then some others that I know that they were part of it. And through that time, that at Dalcon and other chapters, we got organized where we tried to deliver all the foods. We organized it to where all of us were given a task for certain areas, regional areas, that were all responsible for to deliver those foods and essential needs. So even as looking at this, like for example, you want funds for Language and Cultural Institute. You want $20 million for Language and Cultural Institute. There's already have organizations that are on the reservation that have those kind of institutes. Some of these families are doing it on their own, at their own home place. These families are beginning to do their own, like shearing during the springtime, shearing sheep. And now no horses, they're doing that with they're riding horses and how to break up horses and how to take care of your horses. And then there's some already doing the how to take care of yourself. It's like the manhood and the motherhood. They're doing that. These are organizations that are already doing out there. They don't request for funds, but they're already doing that. I've seen them do that. They're at this grassroots level. They're living on the reservation. These are teachers. They come back together and then they have what this word means. So right now they're showing pictures too. They been here now with our language. We say that people say that no, but kids can read in Navajo, but when you ask them, what is it? What did you read about? What did you say? They don't know what they're saying. They can read it, but they cannot understand what it is. Just like right now, there's some teachers that I know, there's a group of families that I know, they're beginning to put pictures in there where, like, if they can sing it's this begin. And those things, what does this mean? There's lightning there. There's a picture of a lightning. There's a picture of a bear here. There's a picture of a home. This is what you're saying. No, so now they begin to understand it like that. It's illustrated like that. No, so these are something that I think that I don't know what will be your language and culture institute. You're requesting for $2 million. How could you leverage this to these kind of one program? I'll just use this example. So all these, the $5 million for community center, where are we putting this community center? Or is it already built out there? Is that what we're talking about? He said $50 million for community centers. Is it going to be constructed? Because right now, Yalkan chapter and the surrounding chapters have a construction-ready public safety judicial building here for so many years now. Everything is made. Even NTA got the corridors for us too right now, ready to put in this utility in there with these corridors, but we haven't get it yet. So right now, you guys are requesting for $50 million community centers. There's a lot of questions that I have here. And then $5 million for grassroots summit. During the summer, didn't they? People put up summit. People have all these. $5 million to do summit. Is that what is really needed? You go to ceremonies today. You go to some of these people that are out there. They're talking about right now. I would say that the people that are here on my side of the reservation, the people are already getting together. They're scheduled some of these for next week before the summer solstice. They're going to have ceremonies. That there's no rain, there's no precipitation here. There's a big drought that we have. How can we address this? How can we address this? There's the people the elderly, the grassroots people that we're talking about. What are we going to do? How are we going to go around? How are we going to address this? My people from this community, they're getting together. They're going to butcher a sheep, and they're going to bring they gather funds to have a big ceremony for different families around here. So I thought in these areas that I know on the reservation, people are beginning to talk about, they can do ceremonies for this. How they can do that? They're already strategizing and then they're planning on it. So, not just the grassroots. Grassroots. Hawa's under. They call the Hawan Mazus Lade. Alon the Datak Halonde, Babogan, Tibogan, Halonde, Dishin Ifit Abba, the Hato, Ade Shitan, Nish, Ashni Hugh Doshi, Hachitato, Okay, I would say I would have a question on that. So these are all my questions, Speaker. So maybe this is just a few that I have. Halit an kita explain ne dot lila ka ade organization Navajo family relief igi. That will be my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amor Gay. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. I'm hearing that echo now. So let me go back to Ms. Branch. Ms. Branch, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And go ahead, Honorable Delegate Begay. Thank you for your questions. In terms of the Language and Culture Institute, absolutely, I agree that there are lots of incredible activities that are happening at the family level, the grassroots community level, and that's why we want this funding to be available to other NGOs, other groups, so that those efforts that are already underway and that are successful and that are meeting the needs of the local community can continue to do so, but with additional resources and hopefully be made available to more people in that community. And so, you know, we want to be able to lift all of these boats all at once. And so that's why we're proposing a fund that lots of people can apply to, because we want to build on those existing efforts. But we do still think that there's a need for a central institution that is collecting information and developing curriculum, similar to how Rough Rock Community School did at one time. And so that way that can enhance the efforts of these communities, these families that are already happening, make material available to them, curriculum available to them, and even, you know, incorporate some of the best practices that they've already developed and duplicate existing successful models and just make those available to more people in our community. In terms of, you know, teaching conversational Navajo, I do agree. I've seen that with my niece who went through a Navajo language program, and you know, she knows words but can't converse in the language. So that's absolutely a gap that needs to be addressed. In terms of community centers, we currently have funding to launch our initial community center in Monument Valley. So what we're planning to do is utilize existing facilities where they're available. And we have identified a list of about 15 communities where we would like to develop more of these community centers, but we don't have funding for that presently. And so what we're going to focus on right now with the funding that we do have is developing a successful community center in Monument Valley to create the model that can be duplicated in other communities. And so we're utilizing, again, existing facilities. We are hoping to open the doors on that this summer. So we, of course, will invite all of you to come join for that. So it really will be adaptive to whatever community we're talking about. You know, if there are efforts underway, maybe it could be a joint effort in a local community, or, you know, everyone always talks about the White Cone facility that is just waiting to be utilized. You know, that's definitely a facility that we've identified as a potential site for a community center. So again, that will kind of be adaptive. And then there are other groups that are already doing really great work, very much in alignment with what we envision with our community centers. So if there are groups that can do that themselves without our infrastructure we would hope that they would be able to apply for that funding directly and continue to build on the efforts that they already have underway. And then in terms of summits, I think that's great. There are local conversations happening in your community, and I'm sure they're happening in many communities. But what I think would be helpful is, I mean, because there are so many really incredible initiatives and problem solving happening in different places on the nation, having a broader conversation with the engagement by the people directly, I think would be very helpful at kind of sharing ideas, sharing best practices and models for success that can be duplicated in other communities, and also gives rise to an opportunity to develop a shared vision among our people for a brighter future. Maybe that's too idealistic, but that's what I have in mind with the summits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't, again, colleagues, I don't have any other further individuals or colleagues in the queue. Are there any further questions at this time?
Mr. Speaker, may I say something? This is Percy Deal from Big Mountain.
Mr. Deal, no, recognize at this time this is a Navajo Nation Naa'bik'iyati committee work session. Unless if you're part of Mrs. Branch's organization. Any other comments, questions at this time? If there's none, thank you very much, Ms. Branch, for being with us, and thank you very much for that detailed presentation. Sorry for the technical communication problems we're having. And, well, I know we're both talking at one point on mute with each other. So again, thank you very much for presenting today, and we appreciate that. And thank you for being here with us and accepting the invite on both sides. So we appreciate the discussion and, most importantly, the ideals that you bring. And thank you very much for your continuous effort and your work with you and your board members and your advocates and all your volunteers that you helped coordinate over the past year to help our Navajo families and our Hopi relatives too as well. So we appreciate that. Have a good day.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee.
Oh, yeah. With that, colleagues, if there's any other comments or questions, it seems like we think not only Ms. Branch, but also I think members of the Dene College, Mr. President Russell, President Dr. Guy from NTU, and then also Mr. Robert Joe and his team members from Naa'bik'iyati Development Corporation who presented today. Colleagues, this information has been gathered and it was presented to you too today. If there was any comments or questions, and we did go each one of those presentations, give them an adequate time for them to present and open their case and dialogue, so that they're looking to adhere to plan or initiatives to help assist the Navajo people and possibly get some capital from the nation from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. So we appreciate that and thank you very much. I know that to everyone that's listening in still that might be still on the discussion of that. If there are any questions or comments, you will be hearing from the speaker's office, especially if there's questions on possible amounts of funding, and if there's discussion items that we'll probably need to clarify before presenting an open plan. I would appreciate that dialogue too in the future. So without further ado, colleagues, we come to item number 4 under our work session today, and that is our announcements. Are there any announcements at this time?
What's your question regarding that 10 minutes?
Colleagues, if there's no announcements, just FYI, just an announcement from the speaker's office. Tomorrow, we do have a 2-hour delay due to the eclipse. And that will be from 8 to 10. Right at 10 o'clock, we will be starting a Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting, a regular meeting for the month of June. And then it looks like we have some discussion items on there for the numerous different legislations. And then on Friday, I know that there's a lot of you that are traveling to different locations, different meetings. So we'll be back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll see everyone then. Have a good day, everyone. The close of session. The time now is 3:20 p.m. Thank you again for everyone for being on the line, and thank you very much for being part of this discussion today. We look forward to helping assist and thanking everybody to see what we can do to make sure that everybody gets a portion of these funds to help benefit the Navajo people. So, okay, go on it.
That will focus on clean energy.
Thank you, Speaker.